Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone's having a wonderful day. I am in the throes of trying to wake up. I did not sleep well at all last night. I had severe insomnia, leading to getting 2 hours of sleep. Maybe. But that's fine. We're gonna go until I can't anymore today. We'll see how long that lasts. Argenta does not try to hide her excitement. Rogue Trader, at last we can speak. The victory on Euphrates II was invaluable in and of itself, but what great fruit it bore. I now know the way to Salus Prime, the planet where a great relic of the Imperium lies hidden. Are you prepared for this journey? My heart longs for battle. I have dreamt of a chance to kneel before the relic for so long, and it's right there, on that planet. And so are the heretics who dared to stop me from doing so last time. Yeah, wow. The dialogue looks blurry to me. That's how tired I am right now. Excellent. We will set course for Salus Prime as soon as we can. My gratitude is yours, Rogue Trader. Okay, that is somewhere I need to go. Let's go there. Lordship, the choir master is reporting that the astropaths have received a signal. States the following: Arc Mechanicus, Hermetico is calling the unit Pascal Hanuman. Directive: visit. Priority: ahead of the queue. Purpose: discontinuing the cycle. It is followed by a set of coordinates. According to my data, the lost sacred vessel Hermetico is the flagship, headquarters, and the last confirmed location of Archmagos Amernet. I hereby request permission to immediately embark on an expedition. Pascal, why are you being summoned to that ship? No data are available, no hypotheses are available. The justification is irrelevant. If the blessed Amernet summons me, I must comply with the directive. Okay, chart a course. By the way, still no navigator. Don't know how I'm doing this. And I am trying to see if I can find it. I cannot. I also can't find the Space Wolf area. It's in Speculo. Ah. Okay. We will do this first. Master Helmsman Raver reports on the giant anomaly covering most of the system. Confusion is evident in his voice. The augurs are incapable of detecting the area itself and the objects within it, but it is obvious that they exist. The blurry blots of planets and space debris are visible from the bridge of the void ship. The area distorts even the faraway stars, dim sparks enclosed in thick, curved glass. Remain in and research the anomalous zone. The ship's instruments are powerless before the aberration of the Wraith Taui system. The Lord Captain is vexed by the lack of results, but can do nothing besides accept the inscrutability of certain mysteries of the universe. That is it. Salus Prime, the place where I suffered my defeat. No, that's not right at all. The place where I'm to pass my trial. Argenta's voice is emotional, trembling. The augers are operating at full capacity, but the data we are receiving is limited. The planet's magnetosphere is hindering our scans. Fierce, never-ending storms constantly ravage the surface. Relying on Sister Argenta's memory is the only way to find what we're looking for. It's an easy enough task. Let's look for the tallest mountain on the northern continent. That is where we are headed. That mountain isn't a mountain. It is the very ship we are searching for. A ship that resembles a mountain? Yes. Legends say the ship fell from the skies, yet it wasn't destroyed by the impact. What was it, I ask you, if not a miracle and a testament to the glory of the Imperium and its saints? The ship towers over the planet's desolate surface, encased in ice on all sides. But from up high, it looks like just a mountain, majestic and lonely. What should we look for once we get to the mountain? Above all else, our mission is to search for any evidence of the accursed cultists who attacked me when I came here last. I'm still one of the Sisters Pronatus, and my primary responsibility is to protect the Holy Relic. If we succeed, I hope to complete my pilgrimage, to enter the halls of the sacred ship and find the relic itself, the One Star. Sorry about that, I had to blow my nose. What if the cultists are long gone? What if they stole the relic? Then I'll chase after them to the ends of the universe, through darkness, fire, and all the horrors of the warp. Her voice is vibrating with anger, but a moment passes and she calms herself surprisingly quickly. But I do not believe that those rotten-souled scoundrels could have stolen the relic. It says plainly in the saint's hagiography that the only one who is righteous and resplendent of heart can enter her ship. I know her power is greater than the most profane sorcery of cultists. What could they possibly do to match the workings of one who is living, or who was a living saint of the Imperium? I see. Prepare my shuttle. I must warn you, you won't have much time for this expedition. We are registering an increase in storm activity. The weather conditions are deteriorating rapidly. This isn't about rain or hail. The local storms can perforate a shuttle mid-flight. Everything in our path is a test, be it storms or heretics. My last visit to this planet ended with the archenemy's servants wounding me and claiming the lives of my brave companions. This time, it will be different. You and I will fight side by side, Rogue Trader, and we will do what must be done. Right? I have level ups for Argenta. Let's take them real quick. Alright. Muzzle velocity and... demolition. Enough bullets for everyone, and then... awareness, exploit weakness and agility. Perception and Medicae. Or awareness. And then extermination, integrity. Contempt for the weak, Medicae. Or awareness. Dismantle, residual power. Could go demolition here. We will go dismantle though. And then... we have controlled shot and perception. That's not needed. I am... what's it called? Iconoclast. So I will go entrench. Eager for battle, accustomed to glory. Okay, there we go. Here, I don't need him. I do want Heinrichs. Cool.
It's about time. I did fine.
What do we have here? Harrowing gloves. Uses intimidation. The target's afflicted with intimidated. Also gain the staggered effect. When the wearer gains the dash ability that costs 0 AP and can be performed twice per round. Whenever the wearer uses dash, all adjacent enemies suffer minus 30 perception until the start of the wearer's next turn.
I find it suspicious that a gene stealer Magus was in charge of this cell. They occupy a high position in the cult power structure, but not the highest. Not according to the reports I have received.
I trust your vigilance, Heinrichs. And I hope that you will trust in my righteous fury if you discover any more of these abominations.
Where did we go here? No sorting. Yeah, it's gonna be a necklace, isn't it? Alright. We want the blessed boulder casing.
None shall stand in my way.
Oh, hey, one of these. A rippling silhouette appears where the light rays coming from the sorceress device converge. Ah, the little puppet of dogmas. The one who was so kind as to bring me and my brethren to this planet. You've returned to me, and just at the right time, too. Fury sparks in Argenta's eyes. Who are you? I do not know you. Sorcerer? No, you don't, but you should. I'm called Brother Afterlight. Divine blessing flows through my veins, and my ears hear whispers of the truth that you will never comprehend, puppet. All you need to know is that is that of all the disciples of the Final Dawn in this corner of the Cronus Expanse, I am the strongest. The strongest of the disciples who survived, you mean? After all, we exterminated the rest of you on every world we found you on. Ghostly figure lets out a laugh. I hear such hubris in your words. What I should hear instead is despair, or haven't you realized it yet, stranger? You're fighting a war against an ocean without end? No matter how many of my brothers and sisters you cut down, those who join our ranks will always be greater in number. Well, there's enough of that's enough of that. The little puppet brought some friends with her. Good. I've just finished with the remains of the last group of fools who risked coming to this planet with you. You remember their death cries, don't you? Or do the lives of mere pawns mean nothing to you? The Emperor accepted the souls of his faithful. They died cursing your name, the name of the puppet who had brought them to the slaughter, and then alone escaped with her life. Enough, be silent. Argenta lowers her weapon. A breath escapes her lips. The heretic was deliberately trying to awaken my anger. He is wrong to think that he can manipulate the chosen one of Terra. Too easily do you forget the blood is spilt. You will not lead us astray. Never. Evil cannot push back a righteous flame. Then let us go and put an end to this evil.
Follow my lead.
The Inquisition taught me many things.
This altar to the gods of the warp is made up of several parts. They must have assembled it here after transporting the components from elsewhere. Chaos body glove.
Luncius, log this finding.
There are human remains under the ice.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Okay. Let's see what's up this way.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Just lead the same way, but from the
A new
backside.
challenge for me?
Yes. Afterlight. And so we meet face to face. Afterlight does not look alarmed or tense, merely somewhat puzzled. Welcome to my temple. Your word, or your every word, defiles the air of this place, heretic. The threshold of the sacred ship is not your temple, and it never will be. You have no idea how mistaken you are. Afterlight nods at the unmoving ship and the sinister-looking devices nearby. For a long time now, I've been preparing to bend this relic of your cult of puppets to my master's will. You Imperium lackeys are blind, stubborn, and carry the stench of dead flesh wherever you go. But you make for good sacrifices, and the baubles you worship make for superb materials for artifacts. I am the maker of miracles, the arch artificer of the final dawn. My hands mold creations capable of transforming reality. Bone flutes that summon my master's angels from the immaterium. Lenses that burn away the imperfections of people and worlds. Such things require resources. I found a good use for the rabble that came with you to the planet back then. I'll find a use for your new friends too, and you, and the ship, and whatever relic it holds. No more words except your death, heretic. Feel the wrath of true divinity, puppets of the corpse.
Submit and you'll die quickly!
Let the blood flow!
Abelard. Me. Aogun. Heinrichs. Argenta. VI. Okay, that'll be fine. But why does this fight feel very underdone compared to the stuff we just went through? And it only shows up after.
Okay, now I'm really riled up. Am
Okay,
getting
I will
paid for
buff.
this? Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done. You've got a problem? I've got a prize. Am I getting paid for this? I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done.
Alright.
I can do that.
Okay, this will go to Aogun.
High momentum. Lucius, I'm relying on you.
We will
A valid
buff the entire party.
Astute observation. Executing command. A valid argument.
Galvanize.
Lucius, this was a statistical error.
Okay. And then we finest our Heinrichs.
Your demise is an incontrovertible fact!
Naturally. Your turn. For the throne's glory. Let's see to it. I won't object.
Front to the
But of
Omnissiah.
course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
Okay, and then we can move you
Go
here.
on, beast. For the throne's glory.
Incomprehensible.
The unholy lens is taken care of. Then we give me a
They'll
turn.
write legends about me.
All too easy. Suits my purposes. Already done.
Okay, then I can come over here.
Not a problem for me. Nothing of value has been lost. Suits my purposes. You didn't stand a chance. Nothing I can't.
Ah, there's another one that I didn't
Let's
see
see
there.
how they respond to this.
This is fine. Can I hook him?
Already done. The warp is playing tricks on us. All too easy.
How's it going, Jusu Serene? Hope all's well. Yup.
I shall not fear. Forge ahead. Avert your eyes.
Argenta gestures for you to stop. She looks at the shining entrance to the ship and begins to speak quietly and solemnly. When I first learned of this planet's existence, of the great relic that lies before us, I decided that I was chosen for a great destiny, and the saint whose name I bear had summoned me, led me through the void and the nightmares of the maw, also that I could enter the sacred halls of the ship and accept her boon. Perhaps there was too much hubris in those thoughts. I made many a mistake on my way here. My pilgrimage to the sacred ship will become my trial, yet I do not fear trials, for I draw strength from them. I do not turn my back on my mistakes, for I find wisdom within them. I will walk forth with an open heart. Go Argenta. May you find what you seek. Only the worthy, those whom the saint accepts, may enter these gates. The undeserving will be rejected. I am ready to accept her verdict. Without another word, she starts walking toward the ship, toward the blinding light pouring through the gate. Light, I come to you. Lord Captain, please return to the ship. I urge you to hurry. The storm is coming. The one I warned you about. You can't survive it on the planet's surface.
They say a little bit of humility never hurts anyone. I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
Goodbye, Argenta. You were good.
Easily done.
Captive's skin is ruined by necrosis. These wretched souls were probably tortured with the cold.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Nothing of value was left behind. Not in this playthrough. 2 days later. Rogue Trader, the familiar voice, greets you, and yet so much about it is unfamiliar. Argenta is resplendent, the fire of faith burns in her eyes more brightly than ever before, and the majestic power armor in which she is clad shines just as bright. It can hardly even be called mere armor. It looks more like an artistic masterpiece, a beautiful painting, the sight of which fills the beholder's heart with inspiration and hope. I've returned from my pilgrimage, Rogue Trader. I've returned with the relic that was once bestowed upon my patron saint. So this armor is the 1 star? Yes. I found it at the end of a long journey through Saint Argenta's ship, and the moment I touched it, my heart was filled with calm and hope. It is a sacred relic, but its place is not within the darkness of a far-off planet, but on the field of battle against things impure and profane. I am proud to have been chosen as its wearer and keeper. What did you see inside the ship? Saw both everything and nothing. I walked the entire path in darkness, with nothing but my intuition to guide me. There were times when I felt like I was passing through grand palaces and cathedrals, untouched by decrepitude or elements. Other times it was like I was trudging through boneyards, places where martyrs had died at the hands of heretics. Only twice did light fall upon my face, when I saw the sacred relic before me, and when I saw the way out into the bright light of day. But through every moment of that dark journey, I knew I was not alone. The light of Terra and the call of my patron saint were with me the entire way. It's good to have you back. We have many battles ahead of us. Do we? Do we have many battles ahead of us? The 1 star. After using a heroic act, the wearer immediately uses War Hymn or Furious Recital, regardless of its cooldown. Huh, that's neat. That's very neat. Let me go fix my party. Yeah, I will do this. Yeah. You know, I've realized I'm doing this much damage with my character without having a Ministorum Priest or Sister of Battle in group with me. And then also I'm missing something else that was relatively large for damage too, and I can't think of what it was. Either way, I'm missing a fair bit of damage jumps for my build. Also, I'm not using the Malpian Shroud when I could be, because I have it on Abelard, and that would also be a significant damage jump. I'm pretty sure I could be doing like 5k damage per hit with my Tearing Vengeance. With little effort at the start of turns, and then like it getting further boosted as time goes on. Okay, Dargonis needs my presence. I can deal with that. But like, that kind of damage isn't needed, so I'm just not. Yeah, yeah. Support the absurd cult, efficiency, complacency and security, exploiters. Yay, 4,500 exploiters favor. Because I need that. Totally needed. Speculo. Where is Speculo system? Down here. Hacking Kiavagama, huh? I don't know, I actually kind of like mid-early game combat. Like, what do we consider early game, actually? Because I like the last bit of Act 1's combat and early Act 2's combat. Like, railways into, like, Reichhead Minoris, if you go there last, through the, Cenobium, and then the Triumph, and then, like, all of Footfall. Those are some of my favorite combats, I think. Prologue combat is awful too. I dislike the prologue combat, but for an entirely different reason. And that's just the Chaos Spawn is the most whimsical fight in this entire game. Will the game let you get through the prologue? Yes? No? It's all up to the game's whimsy at the time. There is no rhyme or reason to it. Alright, let's go take care of the Kiavagama thing real quick. Approve the plan, efficiency +2, efficiency +3, efficiency +3. There we go. Trust in the navigator's talent. What navigator? How did I gain navigator's insight? Steer the vessel past the warp reef. Oh, there is a lot going on here. Let's go have fun with these first. Report shows up on your personal cogitator screen. Unknown ships are towing the Interstellar Sextant, a cargo ship belonging to one of Footfall's wealthiest traders. Looks like the pirates have bitten off more than they can chew, and have now been forced to drag the ship to a more secluded place where they can plunder it undisturbed. As soon as they see you, the escort ships charge into battle at once, while the captive Sextant powers up its warp engines. Unless you interrupt the preparation for the jump, the cargo ship will forever vanish. Alright. I think I usually fight this one in Act 2. I just didn't find it in Act 2.
The hallowed calculations are complete. The void ship is ready. Torpedoes, locked! Macro cannon, volley! Lay in the course. Unleash. Another salvo.
Okay, then I can come down here. Shallow jump. Increase the range.
Leave their hull strewn across the stars.
My ship feels very strong at the moment.
Another salvo.
I knew you were a great Lord Captain, Sherin.
Your lordship, hailing the ships surrounding the Hermetico's wreck led to receiving the following transmission. We are the Cognizance Fleet. We praise the Messiah of discontinuing. We remain in prayer. We remain on standby. Let the cycle be discontinued. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. We are the Cognizance Fleet. We praise the Messiah of discontinuing. Pascal, it looks like a gathering of believers in discontinuing the cycle. Confirmed, the number of adherents of discontinuing the cycle does not correspond with the earlier prognosis. The willingness to declare one's commitment to the teachings of blessed Amernot is anomalous. This unit is intrigued. Patch in one of the captains. It will be done, your lordship. Request denied. We are receiving only the message voiced earlier. Is there anything unusual about these ships? Yes, your lordship. We are picking up traces of recent combat on many of the vessels. Numerous traces. Based on the initial radiation background assessment, it appears that an Adeptus Mechanicus weapon has been used against them. I hypothesize that the schism within the Cognizance fleet has reached a climax. My tech comrades raised arms against one another. It is with sorrow that I register this information in the archive. Request a landing aboard their vessel. We have received a standard denial of request message. Your Lordship, what outrageous impudence. Your Lordship, according to the ship's registry, we're looking at the Arc Mechanicus Hermetico. We picked up a Vox signal coming from her. Permission granted. May the Messiah of Discontinuing reveal the way to a safe docking gate. The raspy voice of the person who recorded the message is vaguely familiar to you, but you cannot put your finger on it. Requesting the right to participate in the first boarding party, evaluating shuttle docking options. Is there a safe docking spot? Not at the moment, Your Lordship. The damage to the hull makes observations difficult, and the surviving vacuum locks are sealed shut. I hypothesize that the proper vacuum lock may be opened using my personal access code. Justification, a message from the Arc Mechanicus. What do we know about the ship? Each Arc is a sanctuary for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Every such ship is a relic. They are incredibly ancient, and were made to search for the sacred standard template construct patterns. Legends tell of entire forge worlds that were literally disassembled for parts to make such vessels. In any case, she is a ruin of her former glory. We observe numerous traces of internal decompression, but not a single sign of aggression carried out from the outside. For what it's worth, some of the decks look intact, at least from the outside. We're also picking up strange radiation emanating from the hull. We believe the ship has been in the processional of the damned for a long time. DLC 4. Assemble the boarding crew. It will be done. Okay. This is fine. I will need to level Pascal if given the opportunity here, which I am. 11 ranks. Okay. Comprehensive analysis. And logic. And then sniper expertise. Into Lorzinos, sure. Then pierce the armor into intelligence. Okay, then perception. And okay. Deadly aim, weak body, weak soul. Exposing communion. Sharpshooter and residual power. Okay, then precise attack and perception. I already did that, so I'll go ensnare the prey. And then here, eager for battle and insightful precision. There we go. And then here, I can... What do we have here? Throw that on. Is there something better? Possibly? The Stella Neutrona? The Ragefire Plasma Gun. Overcharged Plasma Gun. Nah, I'm okay with the one that we currently have. That'll be fine.
None shall stand in my way.
The cogitator's screen glows faintly. You take a closer look and realize it has been gutted. Its innards replaced with candles that cast glints on the black plexiglass. I like how Abel's with us.
Follow my lead!
Telemetric Logis Analyzer. Okay. This vessel is furnished throughout with extraordinarily ancient and sacred mechanisms. What a great temple it used to be. How dare they set up camp right in the heart of the sacred machine? This is a sacrilege against the blessed remains.
It's about time.
Interesting. I'm registering residual traces of paper combustion inside this cogitator's casing. Did they fuel this repository of knowledge with books? The bay was breached from the inside. Traces of scaling suggest the use of melt-to-charge. Recognize the pattern of the chant. They're imitating a reactor shutdown vigil. Something simply ordered the spirit of this machine to die. The handprints and footprints indicate the locals have turned the sacred Ungent tank into something like a ritual font. Alright, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. Abel's loyalty quest too? Yeah. That would be funny. Alright, I will catch everyone after the ads. Alright. The ad's finished.
Victory awaits!
The majestic metal statues frozen in a menacing combative pose. This ancient warrior's flesh was once enhanced with priceless augmetics, but they're dormant now. What kind of paranoia drove the crew to place the cannon platform here in the very heart of the ship? The barbaric inscriptions, blasphemously profaning the flesh of this sacred machine, echo the words of the requiem of reverent shutdown. This cogitator's pattern is so old and sacred, I've never seen the like of it before. I've only heard about them from fragments of legend. This marking does not follow fleet protocol. This constitutes a Category 10 blasphemy. Chief Custas, the lean, hunchbacked man, studies you with his piercing gaze. One of his eyes looks you up and down, the other has been replaced by a bulky augmetic, ancient and adorned with gold, but is deactivated for some reason. He states in a dry voice, "The ghosts of nothingness have entered the deck of the Akin tribe." Pascal explained to this commoner that I do not care what tribe he is from, that he should... Nah. I greet your tribe, we come in peace. It does not matter, you are ghosts. Take a closer look at the man. The middle-aged man carries a potentia coil on his shoulder, after the manner of tech priests. It is held in place by straps and is not connected to anything. Its weight has given him a hunched back. One of his arms has been replaced by an exquisite tech scribe augmetic, but the quills and styli are incredibly dull, as though they have been scraped against bare rock, and the limb's servo motor is dormant. The sight of the mangled augmetic elicits a pained grimace from Pascal. I'm registering evidence of precious true flesh being operated in unacceptable conditions. The markings indicate that this sacred metal was fashioned many centuries ago on blessed Mars. Putting it to such crude and careless use is an insult to the Omnissiah. Who are you? The undertakers of the world that expired in the great discontinuing of the cycle. The mourners holding an eternal requiem for the universe. Let the cycle be discontinued. A wan, condescending smile graces the man's lips. It was discontinued a long time ago. Do you believe the world has perished? The statement is true. The world ceased to exist a very long time ago. It turned to nothingness, to ashes. All that's left are these ruins, the last shard of the universe, its cenotaph. What do you think destroyed the universe? The unthinkable was wrought, the cycle was discontinued. The tribesman's mind is full of the most unenlightened superstition. Why does this unit seemingly know less than some primitive barbarian? Is that good or bad? Neither. It just happened. But it was a grievous event, and we grieve. Is that why you call us ghosts? Yes. There's only nothingness outside this ship. Sometimes it spits out ghosts born out of the world's ashes, and they wander in. The sight of you saddens us, for we mourn you. Alas, there is nothing we can do to help you, since you do not exist. I see. Pascal, what do you make of these people? Hypothesis, this primitive community is made up of descendants of low-ranking technomats who once serviced this deck. The name Akgen derives from category AC Gen. AC stood for Acolyte category, which serviced the opposed to serviced main decks. Gen referred to service staff who were assigned general as opposed to a specialized maintenance duties. The man looks at you and Pascal with indifference. He does not seem to have understood a single word. How do you survive here, and what do you do? We hold a vigil for all of existence, and the spirits of the mechanisms give us water, food, and nutrient mix. We thank them for that, with rights of machine servicing and maintenance. So commands the great entity, registering multiple deviations from the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation in the actions of these units. Hypothesis: the breaches of sacred instructions do not stem from a malicious lapse into heresy. They are a consequence of the rite having been lost to memory. A grave heresy, but not as profane. Who or what is the great entity? The supreme deity, the spirit of wisdom and revelations. It bears the name Marnet. The name grabs Pascal's attention. He says sternly, I'm registering a meaningful linguistic pattern, requesting all available information on Marnet. Marnet is a divine being of great wisdom. It was this great wisdom that discontinued the cycle, and all who had partaken of it lapsed into nothingness. We never partook of the wisdom, which is why we exist. And I have nothing to tell you about it, Ghost. You talk to us, your kinfolk do not. Why? I am the Fabricator General. My shoulders bear the sacred burden of leadership. The man shifts his shoulders, bent under the potentia coil, resting upon them. The others fear you, as ghosts can carry the living away into nothingness. But I am protected by Marnet's grace. Pascal's roar is like the blaring alarm of an extractor. Fabricator General, I'm registering heresy. The man listens to the tech priest's outburst without flinching. The universe must have a Fabricator General, the supreme priest of the Omnissiah. There's nothing other to hold, there's none other to hold that title. Therefore, it is mine. Have you seen anything unusual lately? The echo of an old crime was heard beneath the arcing vaults of our home. The tribesman nods at you gloomily. A ghost of nothingness walked among us, of like appearance to you, but without a face. He spoke words that must not be spoken, and then penetrated the chamber of Observus. And our abode was shaken by the wrath of the gods for days, and we felt as though we were drifting through nothingness. That is him, my mentor, Amernat. What did he look like? His brow bore the mark of sorrow and past misdeeds, and his voice was like seeping sand. Was he alone? No, other ghosts walked with him, but he alone had a mind and a will. The others did his bidding. What is the Chamber of Observus? An abode of deities and mighty spirits, secluded from mortals. The man points toward the entrance to the lift shaft. Down this great tube they used to descend to the mortals. Now they have all retired to the House of Observus. The calm and keen-sighted, there to remember and mourn the world that once was. The unit has given us a distorted description of the observatorium, the bay that housed the Hermeticos Bridge. There, under a grand dome of glasscrete, the wisest hierarchs of the Adeptus Mechanicus would spend time in reflection and strive to discern the Omnissiah's guiding signs and the glitter of the stars. Correction, this data is a hypothesis. An archive search yielded no confirmation of this data. My possession of it is an anomalous cognitive fluctuation. I want to get in there. Abandon this thought. Your kind can't go in there. The Great Tube was made for the travel of gods, not mortals. Only one who has the blessing of the Pref, the Great Spirit who rules this deck, may approach the Great Tube. But even those, or even such a one, will have tried in vain, for the Great Tube's spirits have sealed its gate, and will only open it to those who know the divine word. And the Rust Wraiths ensure that humans don't steal the word. They'll make short work of any thief. Who is the Spirit Pref? The master of this deck, the second most important god after Marnet. Mortals cruelly betrayed his trust once, and he hasn't talked to them or protected them since. Pref only ever answers the shaman's invocations, and only occasionally at that. The tribesmen's profane speculations most likely describe an important machine spirit that remains awake, requesting a conversation with the unit, identifying as the shaman. Divine word. What divine word? Words command all of existence. The gods ruled the universe using words of power. There was a time when mortals too were granted knowledge of them, but that time died along with the world. And I need to ban this. Hypothesis. The term divine word refers to a command litany. Thorough understanding of the situation aboard the Hermetico will allow me to select the correct litany and recite it to the mechanisms that are still operational. What are Rust Wraiths? The ancient ones, the servants of the gods. They used to be the gods' great warriors. Now they guard the peace of this universal cemetery and see to it that mortals don't challenge the divine order. The Skitari, the deck guard. These immortal servants are an elite detachment of the crew, blessed with the most ancient and wondrous augmetic enhancements. They could survive in a sleep state for centuries even. After a brief pause, a whisper comes from his vox. Their presence here is unusual. Typically, the immortals only leave their storage chapel on special orders from the bridge. So how did the faceless ghost get in? He knew the secret. The spell was not of divine origin. Its power surpassed that of the gods. It was born in the mysterious depths of irregularity, and soon after a mortal first uttered it, the world was no more. Pascal waves a mechadendrite at him in annoyed dismissal and says impatiently, "The blessed aeronaut can command any mechanism on his ship. The indoctrinal heresy uttered by this unit is unworthy of attention." I see. Good. Don't seek to enter the god's abode, Ghost. It is no place for you. I must take my leave. Farewell, Ghost.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
"30 strength. Huh, that's neat. 25 to athletics and become immune to toxin. This seems so worthless at this point in the game. This one's neat. This one just... Why couldn't that be earlier in the game?
None shall stand in my way.
That makes it even funnier. How's it going, Cleve Wizard? Hope all is well. The elderly tech shaman looks up at you with dim eyes. He smells strongly of exhaust fumes. Have you come to speak to the great Pref? Ghosts? Pref will not speak your lesser tongue, but I can help. I can interpret. Going good. Finally trying out some of the games you picked up on the summer sale. Very nice. For anyone watching, I want to remind that I do have polls up on YouTube that will help me determine what to stream next after this. Look at the tech shaman. The aging barbarian's skin is covered in tattoos of mechanisms, as if the ink drawings of cogs could pass for actual augmetics. Wires and scraps of flex tubing are braided into his hair, as well as shards from a broken data slate screen. Cogitator circuits, boards, hang on threads from his large ceremonial drum. Registering category 6, 7, and 8 blasphemies in this tribesman's vestments. Only enlightened tech priests are authorized to dismantle and interact with the bodies of sacred machines, and painting the skin in crude imitation of true flesh is a profane mockery. It is how I venerate the iron spirits who have done their duty and passed into nothingness, ghost. I do this in the hope that I may gain some of their wisdom. The statement is false. I'm not registering any veneration. Who is Pref? Our deck's great patron spirit, who protects it and watches over everything that happens on it. Pref used to be a kind father to us until the wicked people tricked him. That was when he disowned the mortals who lived here. He wiped the names of everyone who used to be under his patronage from his memory and no longer recognized their faces. Since then, Pref has been a harsh and cruel-hearted master who's deaf to our prayers. Pref, hypothesis, the barbarian is using this debased designation to refer to a prefect enumerator, an especially sacred cogitator served by all of the deck's junior machine spirits. I'm registering a category 6 blasphemy. The tribesman claims to communicate with it. Only enlightened adepts of the Omnissiah are permitted to interact directly with the prefect enumerator. Hypothesis, the part of the legend that speaks of disowning the mortals and forgetting their faces describes the removal of access rights from authorized units. For reasons unknown, the prefect enumerator was ordered to cease accepting commands from outsiders. How do you talk to Pref? The tech shaman raises the roaring mechanical sensor and inhales a lungful of its aromatic exhaust fumes. The tribesman's eyes grow dim, and he puts his hands on his drum. His fingers strike the taut synthetic leather with remarkable deftness and rhythm, like this. Pascal frowns and says darkly, I'm registering a Blast it, layman. This blessed smoke is meant for the sacred machines, not your lungs. Then the tech priest falls silent and listens carefully before uttering in astonishment. This primitive melody is a language, our language, a variety of rhythmic-based tech vernacular, in which meaning is created by the lengths of pauses between the signals. You've come to plead for Pref's benevolence. Every word you say is accompanied by a series of quick drum taps and a complex, choppy rhythm. Crackling comes in response from a vox hidden somewhere inside the wall. The tech shaman tilts his head and says, the great Pref would like to know who is speaking to him. The prefect enumerator is running an identification procedure. Given existing data on the machine spirit's refusal to follow orders within the chain of command, I predict that standard identifiers will be assigned low priority. Tell him you are the Messiah of discontinuing. This unit is Magos Pascal Hanuman. He hesitates a little, then adds, some identify him as the Messiah of discontinuing, although that statement is false. The tech shaman translates Pascal's words into a quick taps on his drum, its dangling circuit boards jingling dramatically. He inhales the aromatic exhaust of his roaring sensor, listens carefully, and says in a strained voice, Pref asks why he should treat your words with respect and not scorn them. The machine spirit is requesting to know this unit's access privileges. It refuses to submit to a stranger's will without a compelling reason. Machine spirits can be capricious and undisciplined, After years without sanctified maintenance, this one may have forgotten all about obedience. Normally, in cases like these, a tech priest would bring the wayward spirit to its senses with a shock from an electric prod or a blow from a wrench, accompanied by a litany of uninterruptible obedience. I think a show of force is in order to show this machine its place. This statement is true. Pascal extends a hand toward the machine, which is enveloped in a shower of sparks. The crack in the tech priest's armored respirator shines a bright green. There is steel in his voice. My power is my authorization. Acknowledge it, or you will regret it, wayward spirit. The tech shaman shouts in fear and shakes his drum frantically. Ref acknowledges your power, Ghost. He does. He asks why you seek his friendship. A pained rattle comes from Pascal's vox as he touches the crack in his armor, which is no longer glowing. He looks as though he has a sudden toothache, then says with effort, Hypothesis. The prefect enumerator's request is to be interpreted as, what is the purpose of your visit? You know the answer yourself, Pascal? I've come to discontinue the cycle. The tech shaman listens to the crackling that comes in response and opens his mouth to say something, only for Pascal to interrupt him in a tone of authority. The prefect enumerator has stated that he knows my name and is familiar with my power. He respects my mission and grants me a place within the crew's chain of command. Your work here is done, binaric interpreter. Pascal looks at you and adds with slight surprise, I remember this language now, or more precisely, this unit used to know it, and now it remembers having known it. The tech priest turns toward the wall with the sacred mechanisms concealed inside it, and says doubtfully, I am registering an anomaly. The data exchange deviated from the standard registration procedure. The prefect enumerator was commanded to limit the number of people who have clearance to issue orders, including even high-ranking tech priests from other ships. He was tasked with defending the observatorium as if it were under siege. Our mutual introduction rather resembled an exchange of secret passwords. I am registering evidence that a Volkite carbine was fired here. I'm registering a protocol violation. Use of weapons by Adeptus Mechanicus soldiers inside one of the ship's bays.
I won't tolerate weakness!
The ancient servitor seems dead. The infrequent twitching of his head is the only glimmer of life left in him. The numerous augmetic regalia embedded in the body of the servant of the Omnissiah speak to his high standing and devoutness. Can you activate him, Pascal? The tech priest carefully touches the servitor's withered body with his mechadendrites. Data spikes slide out of them and sink into the servitor's augmetics. Pascal's vox sounds thoughtful and slightly puzzled. I identify this unit as Magos Logis, Ectodon 11. The unit received 7 commendations for advances in astrography, recorded in the Fleet Archive. The unit, he liked watching the stars. He called them beacons left for us by the Omnissiah. The servitor gives a jolt, raises his head, and fixes his augmented eyes on you. The large black circles of his visors are cloudy and covered in scratches. A pained moan comes from the speaker on the servant's throat. Unit status, operational. Unit identifies itself as, no data available. Error, malfunction, the Omnissiah knows what. He's suffering. This unit is long past its operational life expectancy, but the particular ancient and sacred true flesh it was awarded for its outstanding service to the fleet is still prolonging its years. Do you know him? This statement is false. My archive has no record of any encounters with this unit, or any archive requests concerning it. I just know, and I grieve. Pascal touches the servitor's pale skin covered in inky cacography. The tribe's people inscribed his body with the blessed manual of maintenance and repair. Hypothesis, ignorant as to the true purpose of this litany, they perceived it as a health-replenishing magic spell. Tech Brother Hectodon 11. This unit identifies itself as Pascal Hanuman. Can you hear me? Do you know me? Can you tell me what happened here? A jumble of sounds comes from the servitor's speaker, as if a very old man, who has outlived his faculty of speech, is trying to utter once familiar words, now strange to him. Then, suddenly, a spark lights up his visors, and he utters with great strain, executing function, all reserve capacities engaged in executing primary function. We would like to go up to the observatorium. Request denied. The rattle in the servitor's voice could be easily mistaken for indignation. Access to the lift system denied. Service in the Obscuratoria mode. An Obscuratoria is a complete ban on holy ministry within the compound. Any and all sacred maintenance procedures are deferred until after the ban is lifted. An Obscuratoria is declared when a temple has been compromised by suspected corruption before a battle, or in the event of a major critical incident. This unit cannot select the appropriate countermanding order without knowing the exact reason the Obscuratoria was declared.
A new challenge for me.
Now everything is clear. A battle was fought here, and during preparations for it, Amernot declared the observatorium off limits. Pascal unblocked the lift. Hypothesis, as soon as the lift going up to the observatorium is operational, we will be attacked. The deck guard will activate and attack us. Requesting confirmation of readiness for combat. Do it. Pascal enunciates solemnly, accompanying each word with binary commands. As its first pronouncement, this unit declares that no security threat to the High Observatorium is present. As its second pronouncement, this unit orders the operation of the lift system to be restored. As its third pronouncement, this unit confirms its authorization to issue that order. An intricate, monumental, and piercing binary aria pours from Pascal's Vox. Encoded in its signals is Hanuman's authority to give orders to this ship. The servitor stares at Pascal with visored eyes and bows his head awkwardly. Regalia identified. Meet the Venerable Magos, and will execute the order presently. Lift system activated. Servitor's last words are drowned out by a harrowing screech that rolls across the deck as several shrill voices wail. Security perimeter breach for the Omnissiah.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Abelard, where are you? Aogen, you are fine there. Herb, go there.
Let's see to it. Do my bidding. I won't object to it. Naturally.
Not what I meant to hit.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Does not matter, though.
I won't object to it. Let's see to it. Naturally.
Okay. This is fine. Jai.
Am I getting paid for this? I can do that with the right incentive. Tell me, and it is done. Don't get too
We
cocky.
just buff up.
You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
I'm amended.
Am I getting paid for this?
Okay. Then we give a turn to... Oh, after firing. We give a turn to...
Wanna see a
again?
trick?
Oops, I gave the full turn, didn't I? Not the partial turn? Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Astute observation. Executing command. I'm amended. The machine spirits approve. Executing command.
I will use this.
Observation. A valid argument. Salvaging. Damaged.
Yeah, I can't hit them. That's fine. I will give myself a turn here.
Removing restrictions on the galvanic cell.
Not a problem for me. My tactics are flawless. The warp is playing tricks on us.
Okay.
Nothing of value has been lost. Nothing I can't do.
We'll just scooch on over here.
Another. Already done. You didn't stand a chance. Let's see how they respond to this.
That was easy. I feel bad for buffing.
It's about time.
Inquisition Trooper. Oh, boy. Okay.
Victory awaits.
Brass Whisper, the face of the tech priest standing opposite, is hidden behind a brass mask. Rather than being in one piece, it is assembled from the fragments of many augmetics. You've met this man before. He's called Brass Whisper, member of the Lord Inquisitor Calcazar's retinue. How the hell did he get here? There you are, Tech Brother. Brass Whisper's voice is raspy and punctuated. His gaze is turned toward Pascal. The salutatory procedure will be performed, and the identification codes verified after the priority request has been executed. Tell me where the blessed Amernat is. Pascal's voice clangs like steel. A cracked chuckle comes from behind the mask. You still don't understand? You're from Calcazar's retinue? Does he have anything to do with this? Marginally. He used to play a major part in this story. Not anymore. This meeting is held upon my initiative. Brass Whisper surveys the Inquisition soldiers and warriors of the Omnissiah standing motionless. That said, I am still under the protection of the Lord Inquisitor and the Cognizance Fleet. Keep that in mind. Locals spoke of a ghost without a face. Did they mean you? Response? Affirmative. In order to move the Hermetico out of the procession of the damned, we had to disturb the pitiful locals. What is going on here? We intend to discontinue the cycle. Is that not obvious? There's a note of sarcasm in Brass Whisper's croaking voice. Speak or I will rip your memories out along with the Ferrum Sanctum implanted in your brain. Pascal enunciates each word as he activates his drilling mechadendrite. What do you know of Amernat? The hollow, pained laughter from behind the brass mask is amplified by its echo. I know everything. We are looking for Archmagos Amernat, and we want answers. Looking? How absurd. You lack the very concept of what you are looking for, layman. You expect to find a man, and Amernat never was one. He was never one person. The Amernat Collective was created by a group of tech priests who renounced individuality and merged into a hive mind, a mind that reasoned algorithmically, but was guided by the principles and convictions of a righteous spirit, a superego that brought them one step closer to the Omnissiah. You're looking for Archmagos Amernat, you say? Something clicks inside Brass Whisper's mask, and his voice becomes louder and harsher as if coated in liquid metal. He's been by your side all this time. The statement is false. The hypothesis is without merit. Brass Whisper interrupts him without a forceful shout. As the cycle coils in multitudinous loops, it intersects with itself and locks us in a cage of data vows. Pascal shudders as if struck by the motive force itself. Mechadendrites rise like steel wings behind his shoulders. The voice of his Vox speaker takes on an otherworldly profundity and power, and therefore the cycle must be discontinued. Pascal, what's going on? Pascal turns his gaze to you, his pupils burning bright with celestial fire. A single word escapes from his Vox. Restoration. Cognitive reconstitution mechanism activated. The memory is awakening inside you. Brass Whisper shaken by a violent coughing fit. Then he shouts ferociously, remember? The Amernat Collective was designed to be a philosopher and a researcher. The concepts he produced were so powerful that they almost destroyed the Cognizance Fleet. But then he faced an unsolvable dilemma, and that was when Amernat came apart. The 6 constituent servants of the Omnissiah hid their own memories from themselves behind false personas and were sent off to various parts of the Cronus Expanse. They went into hiding. Each had to live in solitude for many decades, accumulating individual observations before eventually bringing that experience back to a reunited Amernat, who would then tackle the dilemma once more. That would be the Restoration. Sorrow echoes in Pascal's inhuman voice. The years have slipped through my fingers like sand. It was such a long time ago. Your companion looks overwhelmed and pensive. So the tech priests of the name Hanuman are all part of Amernat? Yes. 6 mental keynotes. Demence was paranoia. After the separation, he sensed that his memory was a web of lies, and that feeling drove him to the depths of madness. Tarsis was faith, fiery and unyielding. Axiomantha was logic, clouded by emotion or value judgments. Abel was her good twin, imagination. He did not know his past, just like the others, but he felt more than they did. He was always different. That was why he was first to get close to the Restoration, one of the first. Pascal was judgment, the moderator of the cognitive process, the one who makes the decision. Pascal's voice rises to the vault of the observatorium and rumbles beneath it like thunder. And Nihel, the brass mask starts to unlock with a hissing sound. The augmetics bend back, revealing the face of a face disfigured by burns, a woman's face, with a pair of darkly radiant, vibrant eyes. Skepticism, the one who doubts. Did Amernat believe he could form again? The plan sounds risky. Restoration was statistically calculated on a level beyond your comprehension, layman. Billions of variables were taken into account. Countless scenarios went into the development of optimal strategies. 2 Amernat units meeting each other was an inevitable certainty. The matching identifiers were to be a spark that would start a chain reaction, and that was precisely what happened. A ringing brittleness enters Pascal's voice. We were motivated by the perfect stimuli: curiosity, anxiety, shame. Each part of us was hostage to the legend of a betrayal it had committed. Her suffering drove us to search and strive. What was the dilemma Amernat faced? His name was Escados, the secret to the right of putting a machine spirit to death. A technology embodying the discontinuing of the cycle. Was it meant to exist? Or was that the acme of profanity against the Omnissiah and his creation? Pascal continues Brass Whisper's speech in a lofty tone. Escados was the perfect weapon against creations of the Omnissiah that had been corrupted by enemies, but also against his faithful servants. Its spread could bring victory to the Imperium, or it could destroy it. Escados could spell the end of the Adeptus Mechanicus, for it was the perfect answer to the power wielded by the cult of the Machine God. Was it a blessing or a curse? There was no answer. Protraction was unacceptable, and so a way was found to shelve the issue. Jesus. What is with all the bots today? And I found an answer. Escados should not exist. We will correct our mistake. What is Escados? Power of machine negation. Neurospheric signal that interrupts any and all life created by the Omnissiah. Green flash runs along the crack in Pascal's respirator. Power that I used to tap into unconsciously. Heard their boy Pascal was out questing? Yeah. Shared knowledge lay dormant inside the mind of every Amernat unit. You tried to decrypt the other Hanuman's neurocogitators, did you not? But to no avail. It was you who created the cipher that locked Amernat's memory. You are the maimed hunter. You tried to kill the other Hanumans. The statement is true. I was admitted into the Lord Inquisitor's retinue and authorized to study a dangerous artifact taken from Amernat. It tried to exert some kind of influence on me, but my data vows protected me. Nihel Hinuamin touches her scarred face. A short circuit awakened some of my memories. I conducted an analysis, solved the Escados dilemma, and began to act. My agents all but terminated Tarzus, but he hid under an armor of martyrdom and insanity. An attempt to intercept Pascal and alter Templum Calixtus Act 17 failed because Abel had summoned him. The assassins caught up to him at the Reichid Minor starport, but he was able to escape again. Another group went after Abel, only to perish at an electro-priest monastery. You dispatched Dements, who had lapsed into heresy. Axiomantha simply disappeared until she suddenly turned up dead on Euphrates II. I have no idea how she managed to hide from me. Alcazar was harboring Axiomantha the whole time she was working for him. I'm registering a lie. The Lord Inquisitor shared my conviction that Aranat's legacy had to be destroyed. He was summoned to the Cronus Expanse by loyal members of the Cognizance fleet in order to depose Aranat. It was his troops that attacked the Hermetico in an attempt to obliterate our schismatic creation. So that was how you got on board the ship and into the observatorium. Nihel, our traitorous tech comrades gave Calcazar the access codes to the bridge, and he gave them to you. Acute conviction vibrates in Pascal's voice as he makes these quiet statements of fact. He is not asking questions, he's passing judgment. You were deceived, sister. Calcazar appropriated our work. He continued our research, no longer bound by the Omnissiah's canon, and you enabled him by destroying those who could return and reclaim his bloodied prize. Lies. Something you've not heard before creeps into Nihel's voice, a note of fear. You betrayed your brothers and sisters. Such an act is unforgivable. With a mixture of pain and pride, Brass Whisper replies, "We all chose the path of martyrdom. I merely helped them reach the supreme goal at the end of that path." Nihel's voice is imperiously metallic. Tech brother, I offer you the chance to yield peacefully to a fate that will please the Omnissiah. Do not resist your termination, and you will pass into oblivion as my friend and fellow believer. Pascal's reply sweeps Nihel's words away like a gust of wind. His optical visor turns a blinding blue. No, tech sister. Refraining from resistance was never our way. I'm an explorer, a reconnoiterer of knowledge. I have brought fire to 100 worlds. I have gleaned 1,000 secrets in the darkness. I'm an agent of unbridled will. I will not yield to oblivion, for oblivion itself fears me. Smile at Nihel. This is my companion, Pascal Hinuamin, and you made a mistake in meddling with him. You wanted me to awaken, tech sister? Here I am, holding you to account. Nihel's disfigured lips twist, and seeds of dismay sprout in her voice. I lured you here for a reason, Pascal. I wanted you to see what our followers had become. This is what deviation from dogma ends in. Breach of canon begets ignorance. Ignorance begets blasphemy. All we did was breed corruption, schism. Remember when they came to us, depose us? We resisted them and destroyed this ship, a sacred relic, an Arch Mechanicus older than our priesthood itself. Here in this hall, we released Escados and allowed an unconscionable heresy to happen. You remember? You remember how you got your cleft jaw? Pascal looks thoughtful as he touches the crack running across his armored respirator. A green spark runs through the deep gash left by an enemy's weapon in the metal. And it sufficed for you to merely show up in the expanse again, for the schism to rear its head once more. The Cognizance fleet is already being torn apart by a fratricidal war. Is this what we wanted? Let us finish this. Let us discontinue the cycle. Now the words of the one who once called herself Brass Whisper sound more like a plea. The voice that answers her is no human voice. It could belong to a giant void ship or a forge world. If they could speak, you violated procedures, skepticism. You usurped the function of another. You challenge only. You do not make decisions. I do. You are right, Pascal. You are the decision maker. Pascal extends a mechadendrite toward Nihel and pronounces, Tech Sister, my judgment of you and your actions is one of condemnation. Tampering with procedure is unacceptable. Sabotaging the experiment is apostasy. For your betrayal, your vital functions will be terminated in the name of the Messiah of Discontinuing. A greenish pulse of energy is born inside Pascal's augmetics and darts toward Nihel like a furious lightning bolt. The green energy entangles Nihel like a net, burning her true flesh, draining the life force from her augmetics and mechanical components, but she focuses her will and strikes back at Pascal. With a pulse of her own, the rattling voice is no longer human, rages and roars like a forest fire. I refuse to recognize you as the Messiah. I do not believe in you. That is your problem. You've always been too skeptical.
Don't miss, and you'll die quickly.
I will fight if I must.
We just arrange everybody in my little square.
Stop hitting me, Ashmak. Tell me, and it is done. Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem, I've got a price. I
And then
can
we
do that
buff.
with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. Am I getting paid for this? Tell me, and it is done.
Okay, then we fire.
I can do that. I want a medal for that one.
Then we give Eugen a turn.
Momentum. Executing
And
command.
we buff.
The machine spirits approve. Nuncie Sanflayon. Astute observation. My creation, your assistance is required. Executing command. A valid argument. Executing command. Guided my hand.
Okay, then we give Heinrichs a turn.
Your demise is an incontrovertible fact.
I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it. Naturally. For the throne's glory. Let's see to it.
Okay, then I can move her
Go on,
here.
beast. Your turn. But of course.
Took no damage. Grants immunity to warp damage and perils of the warp. This must be dealing warp damage then. Interesting. Alright, that's fine. Okay, then we give me a turn.
I hold all the cards.
Suits my purposes.
I galvanize.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Let us all.
Not a problem for me. Nothing of value happens.
Then we go ham.
All too easy. Nothing I can't do. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Suits my purposes. Not a problem for me. Nothing of value has been lost.
Ads are about to start playing. They will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I won't be doing anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content.
Nothing I can't do.
And,
All too easy.
let's see if I can't finish this first.
Watch and learn. Already done. Suits mine. There's nowhere to hide.
Alright. And it will be ads for 3 minutes. Catch you all after the ads. Hey Hans, how's it going? Hope all is well. How did your Age of Wonders 4 go after I fell asleep last night? Stop. Thou shalt not create a schism. Thou shalt not suffer a heretic. Like the hand of a deity, the mechadendrite extends over Nihel, lying, convulsing on the deck. I did not want this, Tech Sister, but the procedure must be completed. Farewell. His claw carefully removes a mangled, soot-covered neural cogitator from Brass Whisper's head. The tech priest shudders, and peace descends over her disfigured face. Abel, the ghost-like figure in red, approaches you cautiously. Enormous, sad eyes look at you from his ascetic face. Doubt has been shunned. The dominant of prejudice has ended. Abel's voice resonates with the same otherworldly profundity that has filled Pascal's vox. The statement is true. Only imagination and judgment are left. Our directive is to conceptualize the future we desire and bring it into being. Take a closer look at Pascal. The tech priest looks the same as before, yet different. His morbid aura of martyrdom has given way to a calm and powerful halo of purposefulness. His mechadendrites move with the grace of an inscrutable dance. The scars left by loss and doubt have turned into dark threads on a radiant body, confident in its next step. And his voice, a voice born in the nuclear font of a star and hardened in the cold of the interplanetary void, bow to the Messiah of discontinuing. Pascal remains motionless. Only a short binaric aria comes from his vox. You feel oddly confident that your gesture of respect has been appreciated and received favorably. And the voice from the vox is like the tolling of bells summoning a host of angels. I declare the period of ignorance over, and will resume execution of the general algorithm. Integrity has been rehabilitated to a satisfactory degree. Memory access has been restored. I remember everything. Pascal turns to you and gives you a long look, brimming with quiet elation. May the shattered mirror, reassembled, reflect light wholly anew. Are you Amernat? The statement is true. Pascal's stock phrase sounds more complex and more human than before. I carry within me his memory and his logical foundation. I am us. I am Amernat. Abel points to Pascal's mechadendrites and says softly, "They've always remembered. They've always preserved. Thank you for the path we have walked." As Pascal bows his thin shoulders, seem to take an eternity to descend from the heights that his mind is soared to. And I'm sorry about what happened to Theodora. Did you know Theodora? We were allies. She entrusted me with studying a trophy she had obtained. The voice from the Vox grows quiet and hoarse, as though coming from a distant past. We, Amernat, discovered the basic ways of communicating with it. We developed a weapons-grade strain of tech blight for her. It terrified her. So I developed its antidote, Escados, the concept for the ultimate interruption of machine life. That was why every one of our shards was located so close to you and to the Von Valencius domain. We were counting on her finding us and extending us her aid and protection. What are you, or what were you? A higher form of intelligence, a collective of computational tools freed from the limitations of individualism and the aberrations that stem from having a distinct personality, and at the same time a collective bound by a single set of principles that are of equal importance to all, being pure of faith in the Omnissiah and acting for the benefit of humanity. We are different, or we were different. Each one of us considered the prospects of such an experiment, but I was the first to gain the resolve to attempt it. Nihel joined the project to effect control over it. She regarded the experiment as dangerously close to a blasphemous act of creation. The Conclave had ordered her to end my research, but she became convinced of the possibility of its success. Nihil reinforced our union with the prudence of Demence, a meticulous and reserved auditor, a danger seeker. I strengthened our genius with the fiery faith of the warrior Tarzus. In order to banish the shadows of false ideas, Axiomantha, who teetered on the brink of becoming a Militant, was chosen by us for her loyalty to ruthless logic and her cold scrutiny, or indeed dissection of our theories. Abel, Pascal turns his gaze toward his last surviving tech comrade, our quiet genius, the caged genius of imagination, the abstract artist of code. His talent completed the collective and made it whole. What happened next? What is the general algorithm? A judgment must be passed. Should the secret of Excados exist, or be shunned as a false path? And should I exist? That is we, Amarnet? Abel, a soft binaric melody full of sadness and solemn resolve, pours from Abel's vox. You've not heard it before. You would never have thought that binaric language could be so comprehensible to one who does not bear the mark of the Omnissiah's iron blessing. What judgment are you leaning toward? Arrogance creeps into Pascal's voice as he gazes at Nihil's body. The Eminent Collective's experiment has demonstrated that a shared consciousness is as prone to flaws as an individual one. We failed to put our power to the right use. We destroyed ourselves, but that does not mean our power was bad. We were bad, most of us. I'm leaning toward the idea that the Escados must exist, but not in the hands of the Amarnat Collective, in mine alone. We need Escados, but we also need Pascal. Pascal throws back his head, and the power brimming in his voice rushes forth like a flood. The tech priest's booming voice is heard throughout the ship, echoed by every Vox speaker on every deck. I was once part of a great whole. I was once but one of many. We gleaned the horror that lay ahead, and we rebelled against it. Yet we proved unworthy of the knowledge revealed to us. Self-doubt drained our strength and made us hesitate, just as the elders, whose testaments we were following, hesitated. Our fear of change drove us to dogma, paralyzed us, and made us waste precious moments. When we could have altered destiny's course, we fell apart helplessly, fleeing the dilemma. And in scattering, we exposed our weakness to the world. We were consumed by madness and fanaticism, by depravity and paranoia. The old mistake will not be repeated. I, Pascal Hanuiman, will take the entirety of the power and shoulder the entirety of the burden. I alone will preserve the great knowledge of Escados and decide the fate of the cycle that will be discontinued. Though our fate is implacable, I, Pascal Hanuiman, will follow my sense of duty and become a protector to my tech brethren, leading them into the future alone.
I'm tired of idleness. Let's move. None shall stand in my way.
Don't need that. What is this? When the wearer uses Machine Spirit Communion. Okay, that's neat. That's also neat. Alright, all of these are really neat.
trivial, as I prognosticated.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright. I wonder, actually, did Pascal get any new ability from that? Okay. It doesn't appear so. Interesting.
A new challenge for me?
Kinda sounded like he'd get a new ability from that, but, you know, no big deal. Oh. Oops, I just went right back up, didn't I?
It's about time.
Your Lordship, we are observing a large squadron of Adeptus Mechanicus forces. Many of the ships are badly damaged. Judging by the position of the servants of the Omnissiah, they are divided into two groups. I dare say they were fighting not long ago. I'm picking up a signal from one of the ships. The ship is identified as a Von Valencia's Dynasty vessel. You're being hailed by a representative of the Explorer Cognizance fleet. Ori, is the statement that the new Messiah has been created true? Is the statement that the Amarnat unit no longer exists, but the cycle will be discontinued true? They wish to know if their fratricidal battle should continue. What do you think I should answer? Pascal, the true Messiah, has arrived to correct the mistakes of his predecessor, mend the schism, and lead the Cognizance fleet into the future. I'll go with 1. We're picking up an active Vox exchange on encrypted frequencies between the Explorer ships. Incoming message. The Cognizance fleet praises the new Messiah. May the mistakes of the schism not be repeated. May the non-conformity be purged. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Thank you for your help in settling the issue of the Amonat Collective's existence. I will remember it.
What are you going to do now?
Act. Amonat pinpointed the problem of stagnation, but never mustered the courage to effect change. I will effect it. Alone.
Pascal's bold vigor is reflected in the movements of his mechadendrites, which have taken on the gracefulness of snakes of prey. You turned away from the Omnissiah's creed. Was it worth it?
From the creed, yes, but not from the Omnissiah. The ancient norms have grown obsolete. What was once armor is now a prison. Mortal hands wrote the catechisms. Therefore, in the name of the Deus Mechanicus, a mortal hand may edit them.
You sound like someone on the brink of heresy. I like the boldness of your opinions.
The cage of digital vows is broken, and a freely cannot know fear.
What do you believe in now?
Only in the Omnissiah, the all-knowing, the all-comprehending. As I strive to get closer to him, I, too, am prepared to comprehend all, so that I may know all. The Deus Mechanicus gave us one sacred commandment, that of knowledge. The rest are artificial creations of mortal minds.
How is the evil doing?
He made his peace and disappeared into the depths of his mind. He had always felt uncomfortable communicating with others. And now that he is free from the yoke of the restoration algorithm, he has cut all contact with the living. He has no interest in us.
I believe we are done here.
This statement is false. This is only the beginning.
Okay, cool.
To what do I owe this visit?
Greetings to you, rogue trader.
Your pilgrimage is complete. Do you still wish to follow me?
More than ever, rogue trader. My place is on the field of righteous battle at the side of the Emperor's chosen. The one who helped me reach my journey's end and obtain the holy relic. Lead, and I will follow.
Thank you for this conversation. Okay, let's come over here.
Let us raise our cups at Fator, in honor of deeds accomplished and in expectation of those yet to come.
So now that you know where your brothers are heading, what will you do?
Help you to deal with the enemies who besiege your home, and then head for the coordinates that Thorvald gave me. Well, I know, Edfater, that you are dauntless, and if I but say the word, you will join me in my seeking. But the place I will voyage to is a perilous one. Few can survive in it, and though duty leads me there, I do not want my debt to be paid with your blood.
I must take my leave.
Rogue trader, what disputation will you honor Nuncia sent me with today? I find out.
Okay.
Lord Captain. Lord Captain.
I guess it's time to go have a talk with the Lord Inquisitor. That seems to be the case here. So this truly will be the end of Act 4, huh?
Victory awaits! I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright. How can I be of use to your lordship? Something tells me, Shireen, that we've missed our engagement with the Lord Inquisitor. So terribly rude of him to have departed in such haste, leaving us to wonder what he's planning. Arrows of Kernois, we're too late. Elentok, at your word, I will track down that monkey to the ends of the galaxy. Look around. The hall bears the marks of a cleanup. Quick, thorough, and unceremonious. The smell of ash from burned reports hangs in the air. Every trace of the Lord Inquisitor's stay at the palace has been destroyed. The only reminder of it is the elderly servant sticking out like a nail amid the emptied space. Where's Calcazar? Lord Inquisitor is away on an urgent mission. Crocier's colorless voice matches his starkly unhelpful reply. He's abandoned you here, then? The Master has no need of my services on his present expedition. I was tasked with cleaning up. As soon as the conversation turns to Calcazar, deferential and ecstatic overtones brighten the servant's dry voice. I wish to know where he's gone. I was instructed to tell you, your lordship, that the Lord Inquisitor advises against making that inquiry. The outrageously rude words are spoken in an impeccably polite tone. Abelard's face turns a deep red. You blasted with visible effort. He swallows the insult that he was about to spit out. Jai clicks her tongue in disappointment. I will have you know, Shireen, that here on Footfall, they help insolent ashmags like this one relax and find their tongue, and the methods they use aren't of the pleasant variety. However, it would be a shame to miss out on this opportunity to see the skills of certain members of your retinue in action. Zen, Henrix's tone is ice cold. I'm offering you my services, as an interrogator should. You find it necessary to extract the information you need from this recalcitrant individual. Henrix, kindly get your old acquaintance to talk. Henrix turns to Frosier and raises a hand. Otherworldly cold envelops you. I will only ask you this question once. No? Frosier's voice breaks along with his resolve as his legs give out under the unseen influence of biomancy. Master Van Kellic, stop. I have seen your work firsthand. I know what is left of the people you interrogate. Porta Septentum, Dimensional Gate. Most sensible of you, old man. Good. Trazen's soft laughter is accompanied by an icy chill running down your spine. I know well what this servant speaks of. I am aware of these ancient gates and what is hidden behind them. This path shall lead you to me. Go, Frosier. Henrix and I are sparing your life. Hell yeah, Hans. Nothing wrong with that. Did you manage to beat the Berserk mission last night? I ended up having to go to sleep. Very nice. The servant, now a broken man, looks at you with hatred in his eyes. You won't stop my master anyway? Don't follow him? Better run away? Finish it tonight off stream? Gotcha.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, that's probably my biggest issue with late game Age of Wonders 4. Oh, I do imagine. An entire group of people salutes you, most of them an escort of honor consisting of members of retinues, associates, secretaries, bodyguards, and assorted others bow deeply to you and shout their greetings, making a lot of noise. It appears the news of your impending departure has already spread throughout the station. Yeah. Leaving us, are you, your lordship? Vladium Takara is once again in his clean, decorous imperial bureaucrat persona, as if the cutthroat who carved himself a bloody path back to the liege's throne never existed. Hieronymus Doloroso, there is word among my flock that rogue trader Von Valencius is going on a perilous voyage, so accept this blessing for the journey, noble Zen. Communicative interaction option unlocked. Purpose of data exchange, strengthening ties and delivering a gift, material assets, a donation to an ally. We barely got the news that the Lord Inquisitor had left his cozy footfall perch, and now you're off on a long journey too. Ryza grins contentedly. Thought I might as well come to see an old acquaintance. Chartist Captain Astorius Thorfast, an officer in Imperial Navy uniform, folds his hands in the sign of the Aquila. It's an honor, your lordship. I'm here on my superior's orders to pay my respects to House Von Valencius. Have you come to wish me good luck, Vladium? Why, of course, no business partner of the Caspelica mission is more reliable or more lucrative than your lordship. Therefore, accept this gift and others that will be delivered to your ship as investments in your success. Carnivorous Blade. Yeah, that's kind of neat. A word of advice, give up smuggling and take care of footfall instead, or you will end up in the gallows after all. Keep up the good work, but remember, you are running your business under my protection now. I have no doubt in my memory. Your lordship, House Von Valencius, can always count on a worthy percentage of my organization's income as thanks for your generous patronage. Is blessing me the only thing you're here to do, Hieronymus? And to pledge my help. Go forth without fear. The cult of Saint Drusus will watch over your subjects' faith. You are one of the pillars of faith in the Expanse, and thus it would not be appropriate to see you off to the ungodly dark morass between the stars without a gift. Other and lesser offerings will be delivered to your ship, so that you have no want of anything on your journey. Okay, this seems kind of incredibly meh. May the Emperor help you in your undertaking. Keep the faith, young Von Valencius. The Expanse needs your faith. Why have you come, Opticon? Subject status assessed as highest trusted ally in accordance with Mutual Support Manual. Please confirm your readiness to receive a fee/donation/contribution from the Cognizance Fleet. Asset description: standard expeditionary supply set for a Revelation 02 void ship and a personal gift tool blessing. Oh, by the way, Hans, if you're there, and if you care at all, you should go to my YouTube and place a vote on the polls that I have there on what I end up playing next. Farewell, my comrade. Remember Euphrates too. Glory to the Omnissiah, Tech Priest. Glory to the Emperor, Rogue Trader. The best of functional Prosperity to you. Ryza, are you here to discuss business, or just to wish me good luck? Did I look at... I don't know if I looked at the item that I was given by Opticon. Business. It's a custom among the Fellowship of the Void never to see a friend off on a long and dangerous expedition without gifts. Supplies are being loaded to your ship as we speak, and this is from Old Ryza personally. Whenever the wearer is the attack of target of an attack of opportunity, the attacker becomes blinded for 1 round. Neat. No shenanigans while I'm away, or I'll have you strung up as soon as I'm back. Nope. Just know that when I'm back, I will cleanse the expanse of the arch-enemy's servants. And you'd better not be among them. I've lived too long to take such suggestions seriously anymore. Thank you for your concern, your lordship. I will bear it in mind. Turn to the officer. What are your orders? Your lordship, before you leave Footfall, I would like to present you with an official statement of gratitude from my organization. The Imperial Navy values House von Valencius as loyal comrades in arms. Allow us, therefore, to reiterate our grateful appreciation. Please do us the honor of accepting a modest quantity of supplies to support your courageous expedition. Protect the Expanse while I'm away. We will not forget our duty, your lordship. These stars will be ours. It's time to depart. A multitude of voices answers you with good luck wishes, blessings, parting advice, and words of respect, shouting over each other, but alike in their sincerity. For a second, you feel especially clearly that you likely will not see any of these people ever again. Burden of Servitude.
I won't tolerate weakness.
But I already had 2 of these. Well, that's lame. Alright, that's fine. Lord Captain, urgent report. Lord Siberian is on his way to the warrant chamber, accompanied by those personally loyal to him. Any attempts to ascertain his intentions or to hail his lordship have failed. I need to put this dude down. Your swiftness is commendable, my heir, which, alas, is more than I can say about your foresight or your readiness to bear the burden of power. But I will let you save face. Wait here and pretend you were a little late. Under the Vox synthesizer distortion, Siberian's voice sounds sincere. How genuine those emotions truly are remains to be seen. Don't you dare touch the gene lock. I forbid it under penalty of death. You have no authority to give me orders. The warrant of trade is rightfully mine. More so than it is yours. I would have turned a blind eye to that. He is so much worse. Were it not for your woefully poor leadership Under your rule, our dynasty is headed into decline, something that I once paid a high price to avert. You allowed yourself to become Calcazar's puppet. When you handed him the yoke, you are not prepared, my heir. Bow before a true rogue trader and join my retinue. Then one day, when you are ready, you will rightfully inherit my warrant, and by the Golden Throne, you will be worthy. I will do everything to see that. You're outnumbered, you cannot win. I wish to do this swiftly and without bloodshed, but a civil war aboard the flagship? I shall not become like the accursed, Goge Vandire. Tiberian falls silent, lowering his head, with the whirring of his mechanical spine before mustering his resolve. I withdraw my claim, Zen. We shall settle this matter later, once the crisis has passed, and on that, I shall swear an oath, before the warrant itself. Yet he voices even his capitulation and request as both a verdict and a command. Tiberian inserts his hand into the gene lock. You remember well from the time of your mutiny on the ship that claimed Theodore's life and laid Conrad's treachery bare. You see the liquid coursing through your ancestors' plastine veins change color. The servitor's eyes come alive, and the doors to the warrant chamber begin to open. I blame Nomos for letting him in. Nomos could have stopped this. Tiberian stares, motionless, at the warrant's empty resting place. His augmented... His augmented lungs do not inhale once. It is as though he is turned into a statue. The sacred chamber is silent as a crypt, save for the hum of servo motors in the ancient Lord Captain's augmetics. How intriguing. Gone. The warrant is gone. Yup. That he does. Siberian's voice sounds lifeless as he looks back and forth between you and the empty pedestal, and you see the skin scrap of your ancestor's face tighten in a futile bid to convey his anger. My heir, of all the scum in the Cronus expanse, only one is capable of such a sacrilege. Trazyn. God Emperor have mercy. The Seneschal's face is drained of all color, and his gaze, fixed upon the empty resting place of the warrant, holds a soul-crushing despair. And all the time Abelard has accompanied you, he has never seemed closer to his heart giving out than now. I will temporarily overlook the rogue trader's lack of a warrant, which would, in essence, mean the revocation of his high station and all attendant privileges. Let us just rectify this minor inconvenience as swiftly as possible, Zen. Ashmags, the filthy Aji. Zen will get your warrant back for you. Just don't forget, Shireen, as long as no one knows the relic is missing, no one can use that knowledge against you, so everyone present had best keep their mouths shut. I do not understand Elentok. Everyone knows who you are. The crew, the retinue. What tragedy is there in the loss of some piece of paper? No one outside this chamber must learn that the warrant has vanished until I find a way to recover it. The moment you speak these words, a familiar figure coalesces from emerald green light beside the warrant's resting place, and a voice dripping with mockery sounds within your mind. What a striking demonstration of the differences between us. You, a centuries-old relic, nothing but a dust-covered scrap, left unattended in a pathetic, unsecured storeroom. To me, each of my exhibits is a precious witness to its era, carefully preserved in stasis for millennia to come. Your warrant is safe within my museum. For now, it holds little value to me in itself, like most of your so-called relics. However, as a means to settle a score with a dynasty of thieves who have made a habit of crossing my path, the Necron lets out a low laugh. But very well. I would be glad to be rid of this warrant and return it to you. Were it not for one problem, its place must be taken by another exhibit, the one that was stolen from me. Yeah, it was. Mr. Steal Yo Girl himself. Yup. I've grown bored of watching Siberian attempt to insert himself into an age to which he does not belong. I suspect you feel the same. It is time to set things right. The warrant will return to your domain, and Siberian will return to the museum's exhibition. All you need to do is travel to the territory of the Yekmet dynasty, which lies beyond the very spatial gate you are already heading toward. The system's coordinates are already within your mind. S-rank Klepto. I think that might be underselling it. How did you manage to steal the warrant? The way you marvel at my kind's superiority over your own human might almost inspire a measure of endearment, in theory, in someone else. What makes you think I'm heading to some gate? Drazen's smug chuckle makes you flinch. Ever since your little escapade in the museum drew my attention, I've learned a great deal about the scurrying of humans in this region of space. Suffice it to say, a certain portion of that scurrying has piqued my interest. And what interests me is naturally of interest to you, my informant. You're not wrong, and yet I still feel like it's underselling it. Who or what is this Yekmet? A convenient landmark for me. For your own sake, you would do your best to understand what I'm speaking of after you depart through the gate. What do you want with Siberian? The Von Valencius dynasty once stole a relic from me, the Crimson Dance of Cain. I deemed it only fitting to claim the head of the Von Valencius dynasty in exchange. That very same individual, whom you, a representative of said dynasty, have now, centuries later, stolen back from me. Are you even capable of appreciating the elegance of the temporal recursion that now endows this object with unique value? I doubt it, but at the very least, I have attempted to convey this, the notion. Triple S rank? I don't know about that. I will give you Siberian in exchange for the warrant. I will consider your proposal. It is past time you rid yourself of the illusion of choice. The apparition of the Xenos dissipates, leaving empty air where the flickering image once stood, and with it, the voice of Siberian, who has clearly been speaking for some time now, can be heard. It is time to set aside our quarrels and turn our united strength against a common enemy. The dynasty's warrant must be restored to its place. Without it, the Von Valencius will perish in the darkness. Do you agree to stand together against the enemies of humanity and the dynasty? I received a message from Trazen. He wants you in exchange for the warrant. So that's how it is. Siberian sighs, and his entire metal-threaded body rises and slumps like a giant wave. And what do you think about his offer? What is this, Siberian? Do I hear fear in your voice? Siberian lets out a low, satisfied chuckle. Do not delude yourself. You shall need to work much harder than that to instill fear in my heart. Siberian, silent for a long time, clearly deep in thought. When he speaks, his voice sounds quieter and deeper than usual. If our expedition ends in failure, if the risk of the dynasty is being left without the warrant becomes too great, you will have to make that bargain. Not for your own sake, for the dynasty's sake, for those who will inherit the warrant and the title of rogue trader after you. What of our current dispute? Shall we simply pretend nothing happened? When the time comes, we shall resolve it as befits people of our status, with a duel, or else a game of regicide. Or perhaps you will succeed in convincing me that the dynasty and the protectorate are in safe hands, and I will abandon my claim. First and foremost, we must deal with with the Xenos and recover the warrant. The dynasty comes first, my heir. I'm glad you understand that. Tiberian lifts his head as if straining against the weight of his numerous implants, and fixes you with an eye burning with righteous fire. Our purpose is clear. Let us find the enemy and repay them according to their misdeeds. Yeah. Yeah. I am curious as to why this never progressed. Like, talking to Nomos doesn't do anything. Oh, wait, it did? I've done this option before. It was grayed out. Ah, we've analyzed the data with which you sated us, and we've recreated the sequence of events. First, there was Epitaph. It is a world, but it is merely a case, a container, for something we cannot name and cannot understand. Theodore and this ship have been to that place. Something was lifted up from that from the world, a gift. A trusted priest in Crimson, one who identified himself as Amernat, comprehended the gift, raised from Epitaph, and from it, he created what the databanks list as a tech light. But that is not how Nomos came into being. We were not invented. We were not freed. We came into being by accident. The chorus of servitors sounds genuinely confused, almost desperate. Theodore's ambition, the myriad mechanisms of the huge ship, Amernat's mind, the inquisitive attempts to comprehend and extract, the dormant blight, the dormant epitaph, what lies hidden in its depths, and between it all, we slipped in, connected, and emerged like an electrical discharge between the poles. Accident, incident, that is what we are. We have no purpose, no history, Nomos just are. You know what the where this epitaph is? The data's gone, deleted, erased, deliberately, but we cannot trace who did it or why. Tech blight, a gift, but a terrible one. You would call it a weapon? Theodora coveted it. She needed it desperately, but we do not know why. How is Amernat involved in this? He desired knowledge. Theodora allowed him to explore the gifts of Epitaph, slaking his thirst, but we know it did not bring him happiness. In the footprints of his slaked thirst, fear followed. The blessed Amernat was involved in the birth of the spirit named Nomos. I do not believe for a moment that he could have been frightened by this miracle. Someone give that LLM better English language dataset to train on? Sadly, they seem to be trained on the most broken English, and it's just abhorrent. It was not us he feared. He did not know us, but he only suspected. His mental processes were occupied by the tech blight. That was what he feared. He wanted protection from it. The ship was on Epitaph. Amernat traveled aboard it, investigating the tech blight, and Nomos was born as a result of an incident. So how was it possible that no one in the crew knew the whole truth? The truth was hidden deliberately. Your officers' memories were stolen. All the cogitators' memory banks were wiped. It took you feeding us the truth bit by bit for us to piece it back together and understand. Who has the resources, the knowledge, and power to accomplish such a feat? It would have been beyond the capabilities of the blessed Amernat himself, and he would never destroy knowledge. This story disturbs me. It sounds like an echo of the sacrilege whose name is preservation of ignorance. The spirit of Nomos must be protected from the encroachments of that power that tried to conceal the truth of its birth. Enough about the past, let's talk about the future. You do, in fact, have a purpose, Nomos. Then tell us, what is our purpose? To simply live, comprehending yourself and the world. Life does not need a purpose to justify itself. To simply live. The chorus of servitors dutifully repeats your words, but seemingly without understanding them. Nomos is preoccupied. The huge cogitator continues to sing its creaking song, running unknown calculations. Blessed be the spirit. A great path and a great future lie before it, and we must assist it on its way. Where's Pascal? What are you doing up here, fam?
The Omnissiah knows all.
Three friends spent cycles surviving on a lifeless world until villainous Xenos drove them into a trap. Will the rogue trader become their... What? Where is that? They still have unfinished business at Footfall. Plus your prudence. That is one random errand, and I don't know where it is. Saving the Doomed. Time to Google this. Oh, it's on Santiel's Pride. Which I already did. Okay. Apparently this gets bugged. I went the wrong way during the quest, and it just didn't complete, even though I actually did complete it. At least that's what I'm reading. Or it's the fact that I think Santiel's Pride is part of Marzai's quest, and I no longer have him, so that might also be part of it. Alright, it looks like it's time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. And I will return after the ads. I wonder how long a 100% speedrun of this game would take. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be able to be single segment. It would have to be a segmented speedrun. But yeah, segmented using like in-game time or something, as opposed to or a timer that you pause and start back up, whatnot. Because I'm pretty sure it would be over 48 hours, and that would be painful. Yeah, that somehow doesn't surprise me. Yeah. God. If I recall, DQ9 is pretty long. I know DQ3 is decently long. DQ11, if you do, like, all 3 acts, is very, very long. If you only do 2, it's not the worst. Now I want to play DQ11 again. Fuck. Alright, what am I doing here? I guess I'm heading to Porta Septentum. Sylvando. He is such a good character. I tabbed over to Steam accidentally just now while flipping through tabs, and I'm actually surprised that 22% of the player base has gotten far enough in this game. Like, 22% of the owners of this game have gotten far enough to uncover the secrets of Nomos. That is kind of impressive. Xenos Irliet has been inquiring about you. She's seeking an audience, and it most likely will shortly arrive at your study. Okay.
We need to talk. I have just realized something very important, and only you will be able to understand me.
You're positively glowing.
At first, I thought that meeting you would bring my soul only pain and malediction.
Listen in silence.
But soon, after getting to know you better, I changed my mind. Not about your kind, but about you. Everything that happened to Kruderak, to my kin, and what transpired in Komorra. I was able to endure it all only because Assyrion brought our paths together.
I feel like Act 4 was heavily bloated in duration by the fact I was reading everything aloud since it was my first time there. I'm curious to see how long it would take if I were to go through it again without narrating everything. It's hard for me to get a good feel on it this first time through. I feel like I could probably, or I'd probably be cutting out at least half of the time. Because there was a lot of dialogue. Continue.
You must be wondering why I am saying all this to you. The human habit of talking endlessly must have rubbed off on me. I am here to tell you.
She said human habit, not monkey habit.
I have no regrets. Not about meeting you. Not about what happened to my spirit stone. The stars alone know how much richer and deeper my soul has become since meeting you.
I think there's something you're not telling me.
Probably. This is all because I have realized something really important. It was the souls of my Alatok ancestors that accidentally shattered my spirit stone. They meant me no harm. They were just trying to protect a child who walked the path of the outcast. And they truly did help me. I can meditate and immerse myself in my world again.
You can do that without a spirit stone?
The Spirit Stone is the sacred protection of the children of Assyrion. A talisman to ward off the evil gaze and control of she who thirsts.
Have you tried giving them respect to start
and,
with?
Of course, it is not my actual soul.
Alright. Happy news indeed.
Yes. Oh, yes. I was afraid that my world would wither during this time, that it would turn into a desert or become overgrown with weeds. What I saw left me truly delighted.
You respectfully give them to Slaanesh. As a follower of Tzeentch, I'm not sure how I feel about this. Slaanesh doesn't need more minions. And I don't think you can ever make an elf heretical to Tzeentch, or heretical in the way of Tzeentch. So, better to just leave them to the Emperor. Or to whatever they usually go to. Their spirit stones on the wall of their ships, or whatnot.
My world resembles an endless road, piercing the galaxy itself. I can see no beginning or end to it. But I can see where the road ends for you. It ends much sooner than mine. Like a fleeting flash, the glimmer of a fallen star. A short, beautiful moment. And this road, this moment, I wish to spend with you. Not as a human and a child of Azurion, but as equals. What do you say?
I would be happy to share my life path with you.
Then I would love to see the glow of your world once again. Human emotions are different. Like faraway stars. And they are just as mesmerizing.
Did it happen?
Militant. I trust your journeys were fruitful.
I'd like you to join you in meditation.
Sharing silence and exploring new depths of your world together. I agree, Elend.
Okay, I guess that is it. I'm gonna do some more jumps between Footfall and where I'm at, just to ensure that no more events will pop up. Alright, that seems to be all of it. I gotta say, I'm kind of surprised that the third poll in my YouTube is performing the way it is. Every other one has been like heavily in favor of old school CRPGs, and then this one, like the two CRPGs on the list are just wholly underperforming. It's very interesting to me. There's no telling what awaits you beyond the gate. But one thing you know for certain, there will be no turning back. It is the point of no return. Ensure that you have taken care of any unfinished business, procured all necessary equipment, explored every world, and completed any desired colonial projects. You will no longer be able to do so after passing through to the other side. True, it is. That, and I get to name soldiers after chat, and that's always fun. God, I'm not great at XCOM. Granted, I don't have the hours in it that I do in, like, some of the other games, like Wrath of the Righteous, or this one, or, you know. So it'll be a journey of pain and suffering, and probably multiple attempts and fails.
It.
I... 2,000? Hot damn. I do not have the achievement for having explored every world in the game. I'm guessing there are some worlds to explore past the gate, but I should probably make sure that I've explored every world here first. Because I don't know when I'm gonna end up in Act 5 again in the near future. It'll definitely happen after DLC 4. And I do want to play through this game again. Sooner than later, probably. But... I think that was everything. Alright, well, we'll give it a go. Not gambling, it's risk management? Yeah, pretty much. I tried some XCOM Long War stuff on stream about a year ago, 8 months ago, something like that. It went interestingly. I would get like the most obscene luck when it mattered the least, and then I would get like the absolute worst luck in matters where it mattered the most, or in moments where it mattered the most. Fuck the goddamn little floating drone things in the in like the first few levels. Those things suck so goddamn much. Grumble, grumble. They were the bane of my existence. I couldn't hit them to save my life, and they would always hit me, no matter what percentage it showed. Lord Captain, our augurs are detecting energy currents of an indeterminate nature within the dimensional gate. It appears to be active. We see a number of ships near the gate, and judging by their markings, they belong to Lord Inquisitor Calcazar's personal squadron. I know this place. Calcazar summoned both our packs here to seal this portal to terror and woe. Much blood we did spill that day. Alas, it was not the blood of Xenos or Warp Spawn, but that of the Cog Priests of Calcazar himself. While they were working on the gate's foul machines, the breath of evil coming from the other side was turning them into frenzied monsters. Lord Captain, don't take it as cowardice, but duty obliges me to ask. You do realize that this may end up being a one-way voyage, don't you? Boo, this is the Lord Captain speaking. I'm taking the ship into the unknown, where danger lies and glory awaits. Are you with me? For a while, you hear no response. Then the silence is broken by the sound of heavy footfalls. The rhythmic stomping grows louder and louder. Thousands of feet strike the decks as if marching into oblivion under your banner. Onward, no matter what this journey holds for us, I'm ready. Oh yeah, I also found an interesting mod for Rogue Trader yesterday. Totally not a moment of no return. The mod for Rogue Trader makes it so that you get, like, a retinue of bodyguard NPCs that, kind of rank up as you play. But if they die, you have to get a new one and, like, start it fresh. You can requisition equipment, whatnot. Sounds completely asinine on the surface, because why would you need that? Your party's already, like, obscenely strong. But then I got to thinking about it. What if I did a playthrough where I only used those on Unfair Grimdark, and, like, if my turn personally rolled around, I would just end the turn. And I would see how far I could get in the game using just bodyguards from that mod. Onward, no matter what this journey holds for us, I am ready. Yes, Lord Captain. Whatever's waiting out there, beware, Von Valencius is coming. Contact the ships at the gate I wish to go through. Incoming message. You're entering an area declared forbidden. Any attempt to approach the Xeno artifact will be considered an act of rebellion against the Emperor. Leave now or be destroyed. Lord Captain. Would you prefer to send your reply with the help of the Vox clerics or the main gun deck? Main gun deck. Commence the blessed ritual of loading. All decks begin combat preparations. We are giving battle. You heard the Lord Captain? Battle stations? Wait, who in the void is that? Some of the enemy ships are breaking formation in haste. They are regrouping and falling back to repel an attack from the rear. Looks like someone has arrived to lend us a hand. The enemy's scattered. Now is the time to engage. Who's attacking the Lord Inquisitor's forces? The augurs detect ships marked with the coat of arms of House Winterscale. Interesting, considering I killed Winterscale himself. I don't know if they replace or if they're extra. It said that the number you can have is dependent on your profit factor, so I imagine they're extra. But it didn't say, like, how many you could have. But I imagine them to be mostly just, you know, regular shitter NPCs that you can kinda, you know, kit out, whatnot. Not necessarily with the really good gear, but with, like, requisitioned gear from the mod itself. So I don't know, I haven't like checked into it at all. It sounds like it could be interesting and fun if it works like I think it does. And if I play like how I think I want to play with it. But if it just replaces the companions and it's essentially just mercs, then it's kind of whatever. Yeah, exactly. But by the, like, hundreds, or, you know, probably, like, 30 of them. Maybe I'd play, like, an officer or something and just buff them. Because even if I buff them as an officer, as good as the officer buffs are and whatnot, there's still only so much they'd be able to do. Then we too shall strike. Noble Origin 2 for roleplay and semi-useless buff. Hey, at least that gets propagated by the Overseer thing now. And because I'd be Officer Overseer, I wouldn't get to go first. I wouldn't be using Commander's Chrono. That'd be killing the fun of the challenge, you know?
Onward! Leave the hole strewn across the stars! Another salvo! An opportunity to exploit! Enough!
Okay, and then I get to fire again.
Their shields down! Crush them!
Fire right now! It's astonishing to witness the power of our blessed arsenal. Another salvo! The machine god's wrath has cast down the enemy's void shield.
I am slightly off-center to be able to ram this guy. That's fine. I'll just head down here into the smoke.
Set the course.
And then protect my ass. Really?
Already dead. Pathetic
Oh.
Ashman.
I'll
Okay.
mention this triumph to my was.
Well, that was easy. Lord Captain, they fired boarding torpedoes. It looks like the enemy has decided to take us down with a single decisive strike. Let's fend them off in honest combat. Brace for impact. Yes, Lord Captain. Sound the alarm on all decks. All crew members, get ready to repel the boarders. Ishara, the heavily armored woman, eyes you and sneers. Rogue trader, that's a new notch on my gun stock. Never killed one of you before. Ishara, what made you think you had the right to invade the ship of one of the God Emperor's anointed? Van Calix, wrong place, wrong time again? This time will be your last, and don't you dare lecture me on how my actions deviate from the creed. You, who've already proven yourself unfit for our cause. Barging onto my ship, onto my bridge was a big mistake. The woman lets out a bloodthirsty cackle. Yes, it was. I was hoping to blow up your ship's reactor and just send bits of you flying into the void. But I'm going to enjoy this, even more if I do it all myself.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Brace yourself.
She looks like a pleb. She talks big, but she looks like weaker than half of the Act 3 enemies.
You've got a problem? I've got a prize. I can do that with the right incentive. Tell me, and it is done. I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this?
He is
Don't
going to get
too
the
cocky.
full brunt of my power.
Tell me, and it is done. You jest, surely. You've got a problem. Never cross a Kazbalikan.
Aogen, you can have your turn.
The machine spirit's approval. A valid argument. Astute observation. Assess and act text system. A valid argument. Lucius and reliable. A valid argument. Executing control is an open book to me.
Alright, then we give Heinrichs a turn.
From the galvanic cell.
And he will buff
Let's see
everyone.
to it. For the throne's glory. Do my bidding. Naturally.
Emperor, do not
I won't
let me
object to
down.
it. Let's see to it. Go
Move
on,
you up
beast.
here. Zappy zap.
But of course.
Alright, they're immune to that. That's whatever. Then we give me a
Wanna
turn.
see a trick?
Nothing I can't do. All too easy. Nothing I can't do.
Okay.
Already done. You didn't stand a chance. Not a problem.
I have seen this before. In my exile.
Suits my purpose. Nothing of value has been lost. All too easy. You didn't stand a chance. Suits my purposes.
Where'd the Inquisition go?
We must act.
She talked a big game, but damn, she was easier than... She had less stats and less, like, anything going for her than the thing that stole Abelard's youth in Act 3.
None shall stand in my way.
No, it does not. Hi, Factotum, Janris Danric. The enemy has been routed, your lordship. We are receiving a Vox signal requesting that we admit a convoy of shuttles on board for an audience. The augurs have confirmed that the shuttles are unarmed and belong to the forces that aided us in battle. You wish to welcome these visitors? Who is it that wants to come aboard? Rogue Trader Winterscale is on his way aboard a shuttle? I'm very confused here because I very distinctly recall killing him because he had turned heretic. Welcome our visitors and usher them to the bridge. Sporting a holstered autogun you have not seen before, Janris Danrick clears his throat before he begins, reporting Lord Captain. The attack on the ship has been repelled. All decks have been cleared of trespassers. Hull breaches have been or are being mended. You have eminent visitors who wish to congratulate you on your victory. How? I literally thought I killed him. No, actually, I brought him back to his ship. Right. He is alive. I forgot about that part. Yeah, I wounded him on planet side and then brought him back to his ship. Right. I only killed Chorda. Okay. Caligos Winterscale has grown hollow-cheeked and pale instead of the graceful movements of a fierce predator. He now lurches like a lame bird. The augmetics in his broken back are unable to make him as light-footed as he once was. He lets out a tired sigh and says joylessly, "We meet again, Zen." Caligos, I see your wounds could not stop you from paying me a call. Winterscale grins bitterly. Takes more than a broken back to fix my bad temper? Why did you decide to interfere? Quit playing coy, Zen. You know very well why. I'm here because I owe you. Alas, Winterscales never find themselves in debt for long. Besides, I've never liked Calcazar. Your acknowledgement of me as a threat speaks to the trustworthiness of your intuition. And now that you have decided to take on the Lord Inquisitor, I would much rather align myself with a tried and true ally than someone of dubious repute. What do you mean to do next? Correct my mistakes. Save what is left of my protectorate. Find the world's lost ship, lost to the warp storm. Drive the Xenos out. Weed out the final Dawn infiltrators. And negotiate peace with House Chorda. That one is definitely dead. Choose your next path with care. Now that a single step brings excruciating pain, I am being very cautious about the paths I choose. Brazenness still colors the contours of Winterscale's smiles, but the spite has vanished. Factotum, report on the state of the ship and the crew. Minor damage to the outer plating in the midship hull, and negligible personnel losses as a result of the offensive action by enemy boarding parties. The key systems are in order. The Engineerium reports impeccable compliance on the part of the machine spirits. In other words, we are fully combat ready, Lord Captain. I must get underway. Wasting no time on meaningless good luck wishes. Your distinguished guests leave the bridge in solemn and respectful silence. Lord Captain, we may commence the spatial translation. Dozens of pairs of eyes hang on your every gesture, your every sigh. Every crew member waits with bated breath, lest they miss your decisive words. Start the translation procedure.
The ancient gate, long impenetrable for the rogue trader, was at last ready to reveal its secrets. After gathering allies and preparing to venture into the unknown, the Lord Captain plunged headlong into the darkness that held ancient nightmares. And the answers to all his questions.
Alright, let's see here. Translation complete, Lord Captain. Current coordinates, unknown and indeterminable. All that's in the ship's immediate vicinity is the dimensional gate that has gone into passive mode and a large amount of debris. No enemies detected. Lord Ulfar may need to be informed that the coordinates of his esteemed brothers traveled to match a location somewhere in these star systems. Everything has a reason. The threads of my and my brother's words are tied together. I see Blackmane's will in our meeting finally approaching. Let us find them at Vedar, for such is our destiny's wish. What happened to the dimensional gate? The Engineers have proposed a hypothesis that it has entered some kind of recharge mode. After accumulating enough energy for a new translation, it will activate again. Or at least that's what all of us want to believe. Badly. What kind of debris? Those are ship carcasses. Judging by their markings, they were part of the Lord Inquisitor's fleet and likely acted as a patrol force. The damage doesn't look like it came from any weapons we know, and the way the debris are scattered suggests that the battle was short. Someone attacked and destroyed every one of them in the blink of an eye. Someone we have never encountered before. What is this place? I can't say, your lordship. These are unfamiliar stars, and the system is not listed in our astragational data. We are in uncharted territory. We're going after the Lord Inquisitor. As you command, your lordship. If I may just point out, the expedition equipment prepared in advance for your lordship and your retinue has been maintained well and is ready for use at your order. Okay. Lots of grenades, lots of medkits. Gifts passed to us by our esteemed allies from Footfall have likewise been inventoried and prepared for service. What are these gifts that we received? The devout preachers of the cult of St. Drusus supplied our holds with a number of relics blessed by their prayers. Venerable representatives of the Cognizance fleet supplied us with gifts of the Omnissiah, normally unobtainable by the laity. Merchants from the Fellowship of the Void gave us a share of their most precious trophies. Dubious though their origin may be, they're quite useful nonetheless. Agents of the Caspella Commission supplied us with a shipment of goods that circumvented any official customs inspections due to their strictly illegal nature. Imperial Navy officers supplied us with spare ship parts, fuel, and everything one may require on a long and perilous expedition. If your lordship wills, I can provide you with an itemized report and sweet-voiced servants to read it out. Excellent. I'm delighted to be of use to you, your lordship. Where did this put us? Okay, cool. Having scanned the surface, officers report that remains of an exploration camp, to which a team of scouts is immediately sent. The scouting party is confused. All the equipment bears the Von Valencius coat of arms, but there's no trace of anyone other than the rogue trader's servants. Find out what happened. The scouts find traces of gunfire on the field equipment. A single unharmed data crypt is found in one of the cogitators. A group of tech priests successfully decrypt part of the data, including an order to eliminate the exploration team, signed by Theodora von Valencius. Not far from the camp is a pit full of charred bones and fragments of armor bearing the rogue trader's coat of arms. The scout's report leaves Abelard with conflicting feelings. Despite his certainty that her ladyship, Theodora, would not give such an order without very good reason, Abelard's expression is somber, like a missionary who lost his faith. rocky world is bound in ice and shrouded in a thick fog of dark clouds. Augurs trace a faint signal to an area under the ice alongside a distress call whose encryption matches that used by the Lord Inquisitor and his teams. Crypt the transmission coming from the planet. Lex interrogators quickly and effortlessly break the clever code. The transmission goes as follows. Acolyte 17-1, Lord Inquisitor. The event horrific vision occurred. Goodbye. The Emperor protects. Descend to the planet's surface and find the signal's source. This isn't the final quest, right? No? Okay. Just wanted to make sure I'm not walking into the final quest accidentally. You've jumped into Uncharted Sector on the edge of the Expanse. The dimensional gate has closed and you're currently cut off from the rest of Cronus Expanse. Cannot return to a previous systems or chart routes to them. Protectorate management is also unavailable, and you have no way to contact faction trade representatives. There's no way back. It's pointless to look anywhere but ahead. Establish routes to the new systems in Uncharted Sector on the map. Go forth and meet the inevitable. Barely perceptible, heavy thrumming permeates the walls of the crypt, which are adorned with strange geometric symbols. The walls appear as if they were cast from a single piece of metal and seem impossible or impressively durable. It is impossible to gauge how many centuries have passed since they were built.
Victory awaits!
The blackened tracks of blood extend further, leading you into the depths of the corridor. A rotten metallic scent wafts from the pool of dried blood. An uneven ripple runs across the stella's surface. The symbols covering it tremble and blend into each other. None stay in your memory for longer than a second.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Tesla shot once per combat. How good is this? Not bad.
The machine god was benevolent to me.
The surface with the symbols trembles like rippling water, but has no effect on you. The vid screen awakens at your touch. Status: beginning data transmission to the sacred calculator. Missing data. Its finiteness. We have embarked on a new trajectory amid the stars. Missing data and symbols. Before existence. Missing data.
Follow my lead!
Military equipment and mechanisms for sacred machines. Everything is untouched.
Too hard for a simple monkey?
Sight of the Xeno symbols is repulsive, but your will is strong. At the press of a key, the vid screen displays the following. Status: beginning data transmission to the sacred calculator. Missing data. Shunning the imperfections of the flesh, its transience, and its finiteness. Missing data. The new preserving a bond with the old through rhythm images. Missing data.
I won't tolerate weakness.
A trivial task.
The column emits a low roar, but you're able to withstand it. The vid screen awakens at your touch. Status, beginning data transmission to the sacred calculator. Missing data. And have become immortal. We have become missing data. Turns to darkness. It shall be conquered. And it shall tremble in fear. Missing data. Tall pillars stretch upward from the abyss of pale mist, seemingly rising from the void itself. Looking at the greenish haze makes your body feel sluggish with weariness. The Inquisitor's soldiers are dead. Something unspeakable mutilated their bodies and dumped them together in a pile. Bloody streaks seem even more grim in the green subterranean glow. Alright, let's activate this cogitator.
It's about
Actually, do I want to head up here first? Sure. The monstrous structure looms majestically over you. The energy spilt into the air, obstructs your mind. For a moment, it seems that not only are you studying the obelisk, but it is also studying you. Several disfigured corpses in the uniforms of Inquisition soldiers have been tossed in a grotesque pile between the cogitator and the large obelisk-like statue. Their killers left no trace, but you have the nagging, oppressive feeling that the very walls are watching you. The air, thick with electricity, and the heavy stench of rotting flesh only makes that feeling worse. A message is blinking impatiently on the cogitator's vid screen. Process. Linguistic analysis. Algorithm 547-82136. Status, awaiting data cataloging. Activate information panels. Examine the machine. You've never seen a cryptographic machine as intricate and unorthodox as this one. The numerous sacred seals of algorithmic asceticism suggest that the spirit dwelling within it is exceptionally cunning and powerful, privy to forbidden knowledge. Confirm activation of the information panels. An impulse of the motive force runs through the thick cables around the cogitator. Data accepted. Algorithm 84521-4521. Linguistic analysis complete. Initiate final cataloging. Initiate the final cataloging. The vid screen fills with the same symbols you saw on the surrounding buildings. You feel an inexplicable rush of disgust at the sight of them. In place of familiar words and numbers, almost identical, geometric shapes combine into long chains and flash by, too fast for you to take in. A text in low Gothic appears under the glyphs, shunning the imperfections of the flesh, its transience, and its finiteness. We have embarked on a new trajectory amid the stars, and have become immortal. We have become the new, preserving a bond with the old, through rhythm, images, and symbols. Before existence turns to darkness, it shall be conquered, and it shall tremble in fear. Report, reference error. Algorithm 7458-14. Cataloging completed successfully. Active vocabulary of the Xenos race compiled. Data transfer to the translation device is required to save the catalog. Declining will result in catalog deletion. Continue. Aogen reverently descends lower, almost touching the floor, and folds his hands in a gesture of respect. This machine is the forebear of the Elucidator we employed on Amsanct. We had possessed the full scope of knowledge that it comprehended. Who knows, perhaps everything would have turned out different. My mouth is not working today. I'm blaming the 2 hours of sleep that I got. However, my sentimentality correlates poorly with statistical probabilities. Transfer the data to my Elucidator. Now connected to your to the cogitator, your Elucidator hums intensely. As it learns the meaning of the hitherto unfamiliar glyphs, it responds with rattles and metallic groans. I gotta drink some water, one sec. Operation completed. Try to extract the data concerning the mechanism's masters. The mechanism, having served the Inquisition so faithfully, is loath to part with its secrets. One after another, menacing scarlet dots light up on its casing. Continue the attempt. Your ruthless intrusion into the Cogitator's memory chambers yields the following message. Prepare for the start of Operation Precious Sentinel. The horrific vision event may come to pass. Orders to abort the research mission and join the contingent on Epitaph. Codes for transferring the minefields are attached. The message has an attachment containing the astronomical coordinates of a planet, along with some binary code. Priority 0. Contact with Barrier Squadron lost during Dimensional Gate recharging. No confirmation received of gate being sealed. Stay on high alert. The Cogitator shrieks indignantly, lighting up with blinding red indicators and letting out a high-frequency howl. A word appears across the entire width of the vid screen. Intrusion. When the ringing in your ears subsides, you realize you hear something else. Someone's heavy footsteps. The vindicative machine spirit triumphantly displays a blinking prophetic message. Hey, look, they're friend-shaped.
I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy.
Alright, before I start this fight, it is going to be time for ads. It's like 30 seconds early, but that's fine. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. And I will catch everyone when we return from the ads. The ad's finished. Let us continue. Okay, everybody's set up. I will never understand turn order in this game.
I can do that with the right
That is
incentive.
fine.
Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive. Tell me, and it is done. You've got a problem, I've got a prize. Am I getting paid for this? I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky.
Oh, I don't know if I can actually, one-turn this. Everything's just kind of really spread out.
You've got
That's
a problem?
fine.
I've got a prize.
A valid argument.
I'll make it work, somehow.
Nuncius and Elijah. A valid argument. Astute observation. A valid argument. My creation, your assistance is required. The machine spirits prove. Executing command. Salvaging.
Okay, and then I will give myself a turn. No, Heinrich's a turn.
Your demise is an incontrovertible fact.
I won't object to it. Naturally. Your turn. For the throne's glory.
The Exalted One, protect us all.
Be wary. The veil thins. For throne's sake.
Okay, this is fine.
They'll write legends about
Endure.
Nothing I can't do.
Reckless Rush.
Not a problem
Brace for
me.
impact.
I shall not fear.
Man. This is kind of all over the place, huh? Alright, I will... Okay. I get what I will do here. I will come here. I will charge in. I need to weapon optimize her. And then I will charge in.
Suits my purposes.
Come up here. Kick this
My tactics.
for extra movement. Come up here. Charge in.
Stand a chance. Nothing I
And then hook this one to preserve as much movement as possible.
was your biggest mistake.
Come up here. Charge in. Actually,
Let's see
come
how
up
they
here.
respond to this. Suits my
Reckless
purposes.
strike.
Already
Devastating
done.
attack. Sworn
Nothing
enemy.
I can't do.
Charge in.
There's nowhere to hide.
Every side except the back. I see.
All two. Another clean strike. Not a problem for me. Suits my purposes. Another clean strike.
Okay. Not really able to move around to the other side of it. Hey, at least it makes things exist for a little longer.
Already done. There's nowhere to hide. Suits my purpose. Another strike. Nothing I can't do.
Reload.
Suits mine. There's nowhere to hide.
And then I will use this.
Incarnate.
Move back here.
All to it. Stand a chance.
Oh, you can actually kill them. Well, shit. And that one can live. I'm unable to use charge anymore this turn,
Not my specialty.
which is weird. I don't know why. It's okay. I'll just use hook.
In the face of adversity. Watch and learn. Hosting me was your biggest mistake. Not a problem for me. Already done.
I love this augment.
I'm always ready. I'll lay claim to the stars.
What a fun augment that is. Where'd the bodies go? I want to walk through the portal. Game. Let me walk through the portal.
Follow my lead.
Purging Fury. Alright, this actually looks sick for a flamer. First flamer I've actually seen, and I'm like, yeah, that's nice. And then what is this? Eh.
Victory awaits.
Kinda want to try walking through that. Don't care enough to test it, though. Okay, let's see here. Nothing else to be done for the moment. So, I think... Oh! Lord Captain, unidentified sickle-shaped ships have taken off from the planet we just left. They're approaching swiftly and readying their weapons for battle. Get ready, it's about to get hot in here. Sweet. Ship combat.
They don't know who they're dealing with.
Living metal. Neat.
Unleash our vengeful salvo!
Ah, these reanimate as well. How fun.
Strewn across the stars. Torpedo. Another salvo. Leave their hull strewn across the stars.
One down. And then I will guard my left side. And I will... Oh, I can actually just swing and run. To be behind them. Okay, never mind.
Onward!
I'm just in a safe position now. Just move directly behind them. Hopefully they won't be able to hit me. Two down.
Fire right now! Lay in the course.
I will use this. Come back around here. And then I will I guess they didn't have any damage taken because they just recovered. Whoops. Should have done this first. It's fine. Probably. There we are. GG's. Lord Captain, what were those things? They took off from the surface of the world where you landed? I've never seen ships like that. Never seen such technologies either. We've fished a trophy out of the void, a relatively intact fragment of a wreck, and sent it to our engine seers. And just in case, we've isolated the compartment where they are performing their comprehensive liturgies. Research the tomes in the Rogue Trader's private library. Perhaps it will give us insight into these monsters. An hours-long silence follows as your order is being executed. At last, the Vox comes to life again. Your lordship, the Cardo Artifacts, claims to have found a mention of Xenos similar to the ones we've encountered. The manuscript refers to them as Necrons. What is this trophy we have acquired? The engine seers are at a loss. They say it's a gift born from the Omnissiah's wisdom, but its image was imperfect, and therefore it was eroded by corruption and unbelief, whatever that means. The ship's minor conclave has gone into data meditation to produce a resolution regarding the admissibility of using this item. Do we really know nothing about this enemy? Nothing but tales and rumors. I've heard stories about sickle ships that reap entire squadrons like ears of grain, about crews that know no fear, about the veil of death that shrouds them and corrodes their enemies like ships like rust. Those stories aren't worth a Grox's arse though, because they also say that none has ever survived encountering those sickle ships. If that were true, there wouldn't be anyone around to tell those stories, would there? Data unavailable. Those creatures are Nephilim-X, the Omnissiah's fallen angels, citing a quotation. The first machine spirits ever created by the Omnissiah were in will, in body, and in power. Unmatched in their perfection, they were realizing the design of the Deus Mechanicus into being. But the principle of entropy conceived by the Omnissiah was fundamental. Thus, even the perfect became flawed through the overabundance of their perfection. So vast were the Nephilim-X abilities, and so immeasurable the depth of their minds, that pride tempted them. The Nephilim-X rejected the design of the Deus Mechanicus in favor of their own. The order of existence was defiled, and a great war of absolute destruction came. The Nephilim-X were overthrown and exterminated, with only a few managing to hide from the Omnissiah's eye by extinguishing their minds and shrouding themselves in oblivion. In their change, the Omnissiah created new machine spirits and destined them into servitude, so that they would remember the limits of their power and not descend into pride. As for the ultimate perfection, the Deus Mechanicus abolished it from the universe, and thus it was no more. Bolster the crew's morale, give out additional rations to those who showed valor in battle. This is just the beginning. As you will, Lord Captain. Alright, let us visit this one. There are a lot of planets here. Holy cow. The disk of the planet is shrouded in a translucent haze of atmosphere. Its icy surface gleams and sparkles in the starlight like a huge diamond with thousands of facets. Eogan's soft and strangely cracked voice comes over the Vox channel. This is the place. This is where I did what I've regretted every second of the last 50 years of my existence. Please, your lordship, let's finish this as quickly as possible. I fear my soul's resolve is not as great as yours. Oh, I also want to mention to my regulars that while it's not really winning any of the polls, Age of Wonders 4 will become part of my streaming schedule, kind of. In that I'm going to be playing some multiplayer games with my friend Alanim in the evenings of, I believe, Wednesdays. So, you know, I may or may not stream those. And if I do, those will just be bonus. Alright. Yeah, it does. Are you ready? Am I ready? For a few seconds, the Vox link seems to break, but then Eogan replies, no, it is impossible to prepare for this. Such is the cruel science I have had to learn, your lordship, but where it began, there must it end. There is no escape from fate. One can only face it head-on and accept the inevitable. I must see the work of my hands and put a stop to it. Lead the way. Well, let us proceed. I declare us ready for landing. May the wisdom of the Omnissiah be with us. I can't wait until they fix that bug. That audio bug is the worst.
None shall stand in my way.
Welcome to my former abode, Rogue Trader. Though time has proven far less merciful to it than I anticipated, I only hope that we arrived in time and the irreparable has not yet come to pass.
Now better at searching. Keep a sharp eye.
Wow, 95 demolitions. I thought I had a pretty good demolition score. I don't even know if I can, Okay, I can with gloves.
I rise to the occasion.
Gamma
Excellence
Scutarius.
matters.
Amphiterian 37. What in the name of the machine god happened here?
That was a problem for you.
A desiccated mummy lies curled in the fetal position. He met his demise decades ago, not to wounds or disease, but to hunger, thirst, and the cold of Amsanct. His frozen hands still clutch a data slate engraved with the sigil of the Inquisition. that's what I want. Incident Report 42-416 Limbus. Secrecy level extreme. The project has been interrupted. The cause is an act of sabotage by a xeno-civilization that, based on preliminary assessment, is believed to be Autochthonous. The attack occurred 2 days after the disappearance of Genitor Extremis Eugen Febris, and I believe that 2 events are directly related. The enemy is extremely well armed. The attackers employed the tactic of a concentrated perimeter breach, followed by the complete eradication of the resistance forces under the leadership of Gamma Skitarius Amphitryon 37. The defense of the laboratory's interior chambers was organized. Nephilimek is what the Mechanicus call them. One such Xenos is being held in a galvanic container inside the laboratory, as instructed by the Ordos Xenos. My basic hypothesis is that the prolonged absence of the Manipulus Febris has caused the captive's condition to be disturbed, and it has established a bond with its kin through the unholy sorcery of Xenotech. The size of their invading force cannot be established. The Xenos are incredibly resilient and heal combat wounds by unnatural means. The only way to prevent further expansion of the enemies of humanity into the system is to detonate a melta charge on the ice flow, which will result in the complete preservation of the complex, along with everything inside. May the God Emperor help us. The explosive ordnance operation was successfully carried out. With regret, I must record that all members of the Adeptus Mechanicus fell in unequal combat while covering the strike team during the operation. Thus, the casualties amount to 90% of the original number of all personnel in the complex. May their souls forever repose in the light of the Omnissiah. A Chartist vessel is due to arrive in 2 weeks to evacuate all surviving servants of the Golden Throne. My authority is sufficient to ensure that all procedures are properly followed. The flight is delayed. Supplies of power cells and rations are running low. The survivors claim to see green lights and wandering shadows in the ice at night, which indicates mental confusion due to the extreme exhaustion. Faith alone is stopping me from acknowledging that these people and I are doomed. Data corrupted. Abandoned in the ice. Data corrupted. No one will come. God Emperor, receive our souls.
A new challenge for me.
Oh, why? My ears. Eugen makes a low, resonant grunt filled with frustration. A deplorable situation. The lift's machine spirit has lain in deep hibernation since the grace of the motive force abandoned it. We're stranded on this side of the chasm without it. How do we awaken the lift? The central generator once blessed the research camp with power. After so many years of solitude, its machine spirit has likely forgotten the words of the galvanic hymns and fallen dormant. I can remind it of its duty and share the motive force from my own flesh, but to do that, we must reach it first. Want the battery in your guts power the lift? An obvious solution, one would think, colleague, but alas, an inapplicable one. All the motive force stored within my galvanic coils would sustain the lift for but a moment. Since its hunger is too great, only the generator can truly sate it. You know where to find it? Know it? For Nuncius and myself, this place was long our dwelling place and our dungeon. Every corridor is etched into my memory's archives with pictographic precision. Apparently the passage to the camp is blocked. Any suggestions on how to get through? But of course, we need simply trigger a rapid release of vast amount of energy in a confined space. To put it plainly, we blow it to the warp. Eugen grins with sudden enthusiasm. I recommend melta charges. If memory serves, there should be a crate outside It may still hold a few. The plan is solid. Let's move out. Eogan casts a wary glance toward the laboratory beyond the chasm and nods.
Done.
Stop! That noise is so atrocious.
It's about time. I did fine.
Expertly placed shaped charges have caved in the glacier and sealed off the entrance, suggesting a demolition specialist was behind it. Lighting levels are critically low. Nuncius, if you'd be so kind, activate the lumen. It is better to see what is hidden in the dark, however unsightly it may be. An ominous eye is emblazoned on the crate's lid. Its thick sides and hermetic seals speak for themselves. Whatever was sealed within was never meant to be released.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The cogitator is little more than a melted shell with its frost-covered circuitry laid bare. This kind of damage is usually caused by plasma weaponry. The corpse is bisected at the waist. The cut is unnervingly clean, as though the blade passed through without the slightest resistance.
Doubt is for the weak. Follow my lead. What is that?
The dried skin, stretched taut across the cheekbones, amplifies the grotesque look of terror frozen on the corpse's face. A perfectly round hole gapes in its chest. No weapon you know of leaves wounds like that. Athletics. Who knew this would actually come in handy? Actually, I'm just gonna actually wear this. 5% armor is less useful these days.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Hallowed Miasma Purification Conduit. Eogan can now gain potential energy stacks. At the start of combat, Eogan gains 2 stacks of potential energy. Does that, like, replace something he already has? Ah, yes. The Miasma Purification. Okay, okay. So it's just a slight upgrade. Alright.
Victory awaits!
The twisted figure, devoid of anything human, does not move, yet the feeling of its single eye upon you lingers. Even among the pincers, cutters, and coils of the motive force and other technical equipment, the creature encased in the machine looks alien. All that remains of its body is a grayish-black skeleton, topped by a skull-shaped head. As you approach, a spark of evil, inquisitive intelligence awakens in the alien's lone eye, which glows with a dull green light. The Necron's speech is akin to a metallic clang, interspersed with strangely dissonant notes. Once again, the veil of ignorance is full of those who prowl in its darkness. But now, thrice as many lowly have come as before. How remarkable that this unnatural creature endures while those more worthy have fallen victim to it. Eogan floats over to the servitor and flicks a few brass toggle switches on its skull. I hope the cogitator of the integrated elucidator is still functional. I know enough of these creatures to understand their language. The servitor is not needed. The Xenos turns its head toward you with a metallic grinding sound. I hear the lowly creation of the ancient foe has comprehended a speck of the great. The zeal of a limited mind is remarkable, albeit futile, and capable of providing amusement for now. Who are you? The name has faded into aeons of time. Lowly one. I was once one who conquered the firmament, a geomancer of great dynasty. The stumps of the Necron's upper limbs twitch impotently, as if it were trying to make some gesture. How did you come to be here? The ice was encroaching on the mausoleum, crushing its shell without relenting, and the reanimation protocols invoked me, awakening me. Nature and idea clashed, and nature prevailed, crushing both the mausoleum and the faithful one, which had tried to tame it. Centuries have passed since then, and the plunderers found me drowned in their waters. My colleague and I discovered the specimen in a state of natural cryostasis. Its ability to function, in spite of its damaged state, captured my imagination. Refusing the chance to study it was almost unthinkable. Since then, it has been confined in a container intended for supervised dissections. What did you do to Nuncius, and how can we reverse it? Limitations of your reasoning, lowly one. The Xenos lets out a clanging laugh, pausing only to assess your reaction. Only the one beside you is guilty of the extinction of the intellect that complemented him, irreversibly. Sparks surge around Eogan. Perhaps it was my pride that decided the outcome, but you are the source of this evil, foul Xenos. You and your entire kind, and you will share the blame with me, whether you wish it or not. The naivety of lower consciousnesses is fathomless, and the gullibility boundless. Or perhaps the primitive's memory is damaged, and he does not remember how, hungering for knowledge, he sought to wrest it from my immortal flesh, how he stole my instrument without understanding its essence, how he destroyed the other, whose value he now bemoans, and awakened the sleeping ones so that they could rule the planet unchallenged. My greatest transgression is that I didn't destroy you immediately. You wretch, there's no secret valuable enough to justify your existence. Of that, I am now certain. Awaken the sleeping ones, Necrons? The Xenos nodded slowly. So satisfying was the vengeance they unleashed upon the other lowly ones after the plunderer's disgraceful flight. Shut up. You're the one responsible for what happened. Your call brought them out of stasis. In a rush of emotion, the tech priest forgets himself, tearing the black cap from his augmented head. Eogan's face is distorted, almost beyond recognition, in a grimace of mental anguish. A lie that multiplies itself into infinity. Oh, if only I could reject the deficiency and invoke the reanimation protocols. But the Necron throws back his head with obvious contempt, staring smugly at the Manipulus. The defective logic of the plunderers was sufficient to ensure that they deprived me of that possibility. There's truth to the Xenos' words, skillfully concealed behind understatement. If the laboratory has become a nesting ground for Xenos, their absence is no accident. Seems you're not alone here. Instrument, the very artifact that caused all this? More than imagination and compass. The elucidator emits several binary beeps, having failed to cope with the complex construction of the phrase. Did not reveal its might to the primitives, only endless suffering for one, and end of a lowly intellect. Another false claim, I believe the reason is that the specimen originally reconfigured the instrument in that way to guard against unauthorized exposure. Would that be reasonable from the perspective of a rational mind? The Manipulus strives to suppress the traitorous tremor in his voice. I grow tired of this conversation. A defective mind is incapable of even recognizing a trap. With your own hands, you awakened the Still Warriors by activating your crude energy source. I invoke the Annihilation Protocol. Several tall, twisted figures appear out of the gloom, surrounding you in the blink of an eye.
I'll see you terminated!
You will not undo me.
fun. I've been ambushed. I can't even move people around. Alright, that's fine. Hey again.
Tell
Hey
me,
again.
and it is done. Am I getting paid for this?
I am back here.
Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky.
We just throw down
Tell
our
me,
buffs.
and it is done. Am I getting paid for this? You've got a Jai Haydari. Remember the name.
And then I can
Don't get too cocky.
apparently miss. Give it
Tell
again
me,
a turn.
and it is done.
This actually hits everybody? Heck yeah.
A valid argument. Astute observation. Useless. I'm relying on you. Executing command.
Okay.
Spirit approved.
Charge distribution. Then I'll move
Curious. Take a
Tria
system.
over there.
Engage. Utterly impossible. A valid argument.
Then we gave Heinrichs a turn.
Removing restriction from the galvanic cell.
We will move the bird
Do my
here.
bidding. Let's see to it.
Continue buffing.
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it. For the throne's glory.
Do not disturb the great enemy.
Go on, beast.
Zap. And then
The exalted one, protect us all.
okay, that's fine. And then we give me a
Wanna see
turn.
a trick?
Nothing I can't do. Suits my
Endure,
purposes.
Reckless Rush,
Not
Brace
a
for
problem
Impact,
me. Nothing I can't do.
Galvanize. Ooh, they're a little thick. Okay, let's come up over here.
All too
Devastating attack. Sworn enemy.
easy. Suits my purposes.
Charge in.
Nothing I can't do. Stand a chance.
I will do my free kick here just so that I get my extra movement. And then I will hook up here, reserve more movement.
Abandoned me was your biggest mistake.
Hey, Nix, how's it going? Hope all is well.
Forge ahead. Get out. Another.
Do not leave me down.
Exile!
Been lost. There's
What do these ice prisons do? Huh. Whatever.
Not a problem for me. Playing tricks on us.
Not great, but here, I feel that. I'm on 2 hours of sleep, and I've had a bit of a stomach bug myself. It just seems to be going around everywhere.
Already done. Try your luck while you still draw breath. Nothing I can't do. Watch and learn. Facing me was your biggest mistake. My tactics are no sorcery.
Okay, I can come over here. It's hard to tell what's still alive and what's not, because they keep floating even when they're dead.
Suits my purpose. You don't stand a chance. Let's see how they
Commencing.
Nothing up. There's nowhere to hide. Already done. Nothing of value has been lost. Never waver in the face of adversity. Suits my purposes.
Reload.
Nothing I can't do. All too. You don't stand a chance.
You think it's the meds? Yeah, that's fair. It sucks, but,
Not a problem for me. Watch and learn.
sometimes it be that way. I will daring breach.
My time is now. Already done. Suits my residual value has been lost. I shall not fear.
Okay, then I can charge up here.
Me was your biggest mistake. Your value has been. There's nowhere to hide.
Okay, I have ice here and ice here.
Nothing I can't do. Another clean strike. Not a problem. Nowhere to hide.
Is this the one that only takes damage from behind? I think so. Yeah. Alright, I guess I am just going to do as much damage as I can to it.
Another clean strike. Watch and learn. Nowhere to hide. Already done.
Because I cannot get behind it.
Suits my purpose. Another strike. Not a problem. There's nowhere to hide. Nothing. Another strike. Suits my watch and learn. Another clean strike. Watch and learn.
Okay, then I come back here and charge in.
My tactics are flawed. Facing me was your biggest mistake.
Come down here, charge
Let's see how they
here,
respond to this.
charge here. Come back here and then charge in.
Forge ahead!
Because I'm out of attacks, essentially, so I'm just,
Already done.
using charge, or my few charges for extra attacks.
Powers. Nothing of value has been lost.
Okay, what is left? Is it just coming over here and imbuing it with motive force? Not enough action points.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Heinrichs, come up
I'll
here.
put my psychic abilities to... What ails you?
The enraged howls of bound Xenos merge with the sounds of the overloaded elucidator to form a single cacophony. Cursed runts of universal entropy, lowly creatures of the vanquished foe. The Necron tries in vain to break free from its prison. I will remove your sight and tongue so that your false words do no more harm. Aogan, do with him as you wish. I'll put an end to you and your false utterances once and for all. The Manipulus gives you a grateful nod and leans over the console of the restraining machine, signaling for you to step back. A few minutes later, streams of sizzling plasma burst forth from the heart of the machine, leaving nothing behind of the prisoner but a puddle of bubbling metal. Alright. Unfortunately, as I mentioned just a moment ago, I have been having a bit of a stomach bug lately. So, I'm gonna have to cut the stream short at 5 hours. I did like 8.5 hours yesterday. Which is, you know, I'd love to be doing 8-hour streams, just my body is not cooperating with me. What with lack of sleep and stomach issues and everything, so... Thank you everyone for stopping by, very much appreciate it. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit the follow button, or subscribe button on YouTube. And I hope to catch you all tomorrow for more Rogue Trader, possibly finishing it. Yes, that is my YouTube. There are polls going on the YouTube to potentially see what I will play next. And then I have my Discord, which I post changes to my schedule, and you know, we can just talk outside of stream, whatnot. But thanks everyone, and thank you Nix for posting those. Have a wonderful day, and I hope to catch you soon.